The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our guest chaplain, Pastor Frank Rice of Mount Calvary Baptist Church, Hookerton, North Carolina.
Let's pray. Father, I love you, and I thank you for the privilege of being American. I'm thankful to live in a nation whose founders understood the importance of the providence of God if our country would succeed. It was Benjamin Franklin that reminded his countrymen at the Constitutional Convention, if a sparrow cannot fall to the ground without his notice, it is probable that an empire can rise without his aid. We have been assured, sir, he said in the sacred writings, that except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. And so this morning I ask you, Heavenly Father, to guide our elected officials of this 119th Congress as they continue to be tools used by you to build the house. Please grant them wisdom, guidance, boldness, empathy, protection, stamina, and courage as they represent us in these sacred halls. May they live each day by the motto, duty is ours, results are God's. I ask all of this in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Weed.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with honor, I stand before you to introduce Pastor Frank Rice, an extraordinary man of faith and a true pillar in our community. Originally from West Virginia, he felt God's call on his life at the age of 13. He dedicated his youth to studying theology, and it was at Southeastern College he met the love of his life, Janelle. Together, they were blessed with 4 wonderful children. For 25 years, Pastor Rice has devoted his life to ministry in Eastern North Carolina, including the past 12 years as the senior pastor at Mount Calvary Free Will Baptist Church and administrator of Mount Calvary Christian Academy in Hookerton, North Carolina. But his work doesn't stop there. Hailing from a long line of veterans, Pastor Rice has a deep commitment to men and women in uniform, constantly reaching out to offer them with God's word. He's also known for God and Country Day, to honor the first responders, fire and rescue, EMS, law enforcement, government officials, and all branches of the military. I'm incredibly proud to call Pastor Rice a beloved member of my home community. Mr. Speaker, it's with great honor I present him today, and his pastor's passion for God's work that truly inspires him. He challenges each and every one of us to walk boldly in our faith, striving to make the world a better place through our actions and devotion of God. Thank you for this morning's prayer. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will entertain up to 5 further requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. So for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an instrumental partner in bringing about change to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Grant Smith, Deputy Director of the Office of Federal Affairs at the Drug Policy Alliance, works tirelessly to promote policy that reduce instances of recidivism among those formerly incarcerated. But today my words are less about the policies and more about the man who spent the last many years fighting for them. Before joining the Drug Policy Alliance, Grant served as a victim services advocate with the Federal Court Services and Offender Supervision Agency right here in the District of Columbia. See, Grant has spent his young life thinking about others and finding ways to help elevate their issues. And now, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we lift Grant up in our hearts, our minds, and our prayers. Recently learned that Grant is receiving hospice care, and I want he, his family, and all who know him to understand his impact. He roamed the halls of Congress, indifferent to politics, to make sure the voices were heard and reflected in our policy making. I want to thank Grant for his work, which has inspired so many, including myself. God bless. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Louisvillian Tim Nicolazzi has dedicated his life to service. He served in the Air Force and then Army, deploying to Kuwait and Iraq, where he earned a Bronze Star. After his honorable discharge, Tim's call to public service brought him to HUD, where he's helped victims of domestic abuse in Louisville find safety, helped veterans get off the streets, and helped first-time home buyers achieve their American dream. But a few weeks ago, Tim was fired. No notice, no severance, no compassion. As we speak, the Trump administration is carrying out the biggest layoff of veterans in history, including tens of thousands announced just last night. That's why today I am co-sponsoring the Protect Veteran Jobs Act to reinstate veterans who have been illegally fired by Elon Musk and Doge. Veterans put on the uniform. They served something higher than themselves. They deserve better. Tim, thank you for all of your service. I won't stop fighting for veterans like you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a Green Bay local legend, Bill Jarks, who is retiring from WBAY after more than 4 decades, including 27 years at the evening anchor desk. Bill grew up right in Wisconsin's 8th Congressional District in Clintonville and started his career with WBAY as a sports reporter in 1983. He made the jump to evening news in 1998. Bill's legacy extends far beyond the newsroom. It lives in his warmth, wit, and unwavering dedication to our community. In fact, Bill is known for not being able to say no to any charitable cause where he can make a difference. He's been a familiar voice, emceeing, speaking, or judging countless local fundraisers and events for charitable organizations, including the CP Telethon and Make-A-Wish's Gourmet Wishes. Throughout his career, it is estimated that he dedicated more than 5,000 hours of community service. While all of us in Northeast Wisconsin will miss Bill's news coverage, thankfully, we will still get to hear the voice of Lambeau during Green Bay Packer home games. Thank you, Bill, for your many years of service to Northeast Wisconsin, and congratulations on your retirement. May this next chapter be as fulfilling as the legacy you leave behind. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jennifer and Stephanie Hahn, 2 remarkably accomplished sisters from El Paso, whose dedication and success in women's boxing has inspired all of us. Jennifer Hahn, former IBF World Featherweight Champion and soon-to-be member of the International Women's Boxing Hall of Fame, has paved the way for women in the sport, making her one of the most accomplished female boxers in the country and the world. She now lives a quiet life as a mother and trainer at a local gym where she teaches youth programs. Her sister, Stephanie Hahn, has built her own legacy in boxing with an undefeated record. She earned this year's WBA lightweight title by way of knockout in the first round in under 2 minutes. She is ranked as number 2 in the world, and beyond her success in the sport, she's a dedicated mother, wife, and officer with the El Paso Police Department, where she dedicates herself to public service. We are so proud of both of them. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Address the House for a minute, revised in America.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of illegal immigration to this country and to my home state of California, according to a 2023 report, the benefits and services provided to the estimated 3.23 million illegal aliens just in California cost local taxpayers just under $23 billion annually. Factoring in about 1.15 million U.S.-born children of illegal aliens, sometimes known as anchor babies, this adds more than $8 billion in costs, to making it roughly $31 billion in total. So this total cost under these findings of $31 billion works out to a per capita cost to Californians of $7,074 annually. This report pegs the combined federal, state, and local costs nationwide associated with illegal immigration at $182 billion annually, and that's probably a low number. State and local taxes paid by Californians account for 1/6, just in my home state, of the nationwide costs associated with illegal immigration, including in K-12 education, housing and nutrition assistance, in-state tuition at public colleges and universities, health coverage under the state's Medi-Cal program, which is in trouble, sweeping sanctuary policies which make our cities less safe. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I speak unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in recognition of the outstanding leadership of Sheriff Randy Redder, who dedicated 37 years of law enforcement experience to my district in Wayne County. Over that career, Sheriff Redder has worked tirelessly, holding positions of ever-increasing responsibility, beginning as a road patrol officer before being ultimately elected sheriff of Wayne County and having served as president of the Indiana Sheriff's Association. It was as sheriff that Mr. Redder met with the U.S. Customs and Immigration Service to diligently detain illegal criminal migrants, making the 6th District far safer for Hoosiers to live and work in. And it was this past Tuesday in a joint session I had the privilege of hosting Sheriff Redder as my guest for the President's joint address to Congress. Our first, we shared that experience together. It was there that the President reaffirmed his steadfast support for our nation's law enforcement officers and their vital work to protect our communities. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 177, I'll call up S.J. Res. 11 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 11, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
Pursuant to House Resolution 177, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S.J. Resolution 11.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in support of S.J. Res. 11, a resolution to disapprove the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management's misguided protection of marine archaeological resources rule. First, I want to thank my colleagues, Senator Kennedy and Representative Ezell, for championing this effort and collaborating with my team to bring this resolution to the floor today. Additionally, I want to acknowledge Democrat Senators Hickenlooper, Cortez, Masto, and Rosen for supporting this resolution in the Senate. S.J. Res. 11 is a common-sense measure that would repeal a burdensome and unnecessary Biden administration rule and submit reports for every exploration and development plan on the outer continental shelf. Under the rule in question, operators must comply with this blanket mandate, even in areas with no known archaeological risk, adding millions in unnecessary costs and delays despite existing state and federal protections under the National Historic Preservation Act. Eliminating this one-size-fits-all rulemaking will ensure energy production isn't bogged down by duplicative red tape. S.J. Res. 11 uses the Congressional Review Act to nullify a rule which BOEM acknowledges places, quote, 100% of the increased Gulf of Mexico compliance costs for surveys on operators that are small entities. This resolution would end the Biden administration's needless overreach and return the regulatory regime to a targeted, evidence-based approach. Notably, this repeal preserves America's ability to tap its offshore resources efficiently. It will not weaken genuine historic preservation, but will stop a pointless cash grab that inflates administrative burdens. In fact, this resolution could boost federal revenues by speeding up leasing and production timelines critical to U.S. energy security. Offshore oil and gas from the outer continental shelf accounts for 15% of U.S. production, supporting jobs, powering homes, fueling transportation, paying for conservation, and lowering costs for goods we all need. Yet this rule, part of a broader pattern of Biden-era restrictions, threatens that stability with added cost of more than 500 additional labor hours per year across operators. Federal regulators shouldn't stifle energy development. This resolution offers a rational fix by eliminating a rule which was intended to add burdens to a vital industry. S.J. Res. 11 will protect American energy security and keep energy costs down for families as part of an all-of-the-above energy strategy. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're just 2 months in to this Congress, and yet we have already seen one favor after another to big oil from our friends across the aisle. They just can't get enough, and so we are back here once again giving another favor to big oil, and one gets the feeling that they're just warming up, that this is going to be a recurring theme in this Congress. Meanwhile, we are 1 week away from a government shutdown. We are on the heels of what we know is a Republican plan to gut Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for billionaires. But today, are they talking about any of those things? No. They have brought us here to talk about repealing a minor rule that simply protects marine archaeological resources. And if that sounds ridiculous to you, it's because it is. This bill targets a rule from the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, which is the agency that regulates offshore energy development in federal waters. The rule says that underwater surveys that these companies already conduct before they drill simply have to meet some basic consistent standards. Wow, the heavy hand of government. Republicans have argued that this is simply too burdensome for their friends in big oil. And yet the rule doesn't even require companies to conduct any new surveys. Companies already do these surveys. The rule simply states that future surveys need to adhere to minimum standards to be used for archaeological reports. And no matter how you slice it, this rule will not cause a substantial financial burden to operators. It just ensures that the data companies collect can be used to look for things like shipwrecks and other historically important objects. The chairman said in his opening remarks that he doesn't like the fact that they need to look for these things in areas where they are not known to exist. Well, that's kind of the whole point. If you haven't looked for them, if you're not going to look for them while you're already there doing a survey, we may never know that things actually exist in some areas. Without these surveys, operators might not discover these archaeological resources until they go to drill. And here's what happens when they find them at that point. It forces costly delays for their friends in the oil industry. Because regardless of whether you do this survey work beforehand, companies still have to comply with laws that protect shipwrecks and mitigate impacts to sites that were once above water and home to indigenous peoples. The rule actually promotes efficiency, something Republicans say that they care a lot about. It prevents delays and extra costs for good actors who report unexpected fines as they're required to do under the law, and it keeps bad actors from just quietly working and hoping no one notices, something that's much easier to get away with if you're not required to do those studies in the first place. So why do Republicans want to roll this rule back? Well, for one, my guess is Republicans saw that it was a Biden regulation on offshore oil and gas. If Biden did it, it must be bad. They want to pick a fight with anything that they perceive to be a threat to big oil, even a minor rule that actually helps the industry avoid unexpected cost. But the second reason, very likely reason that we are here, is that they're looking for ways to kill time. They need some pretext to chew up some floor time here in the Congress to distract the public. This resolution does that, and it allows Republicans to keep working behind the scenes on their plan to find tax giveaways for their billionaire friends, working behind the scenes on their plan that we know is coming to cut Medicaid and SNAP deeply, hurting working families all over this country. They voted on the framework for that last week. They're still squabbling with the Senate over the details and what comes next. But clearly, we're not doing work this week to fund the government or to stop Trump's new tax on energy. He calls it a tariff. Or standing up to self-dealing billionaires who are taking a sledgehammer to our federal government, or dealing with their illegal firing of workers and constituents of many of us, and causing complete chaos across the country. No, instead of holding this administration accountable for all of that, House Republicans are urgently tinkering, trying to create the appearance that they're busy doing something here in the Congress on a minor rule that simply requires scientific standards for underwater surveys. They don't want people to remember that they voted just last week to set in motion devastating cuts to Medicaid and SNAP, or that a few days ago Elon Musk said that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, and yet the other night my Republican friends stood and applauded for him like he was Elvis Presley. Or that the Trump administration has announced plans to cut staffing at the Social Security Administration in half, in fact, guaranteeing that services for seniors will suffer. Or that the Trump Secretary of Agriculture just went on television and told Americans who are struggling with food prices to get a chicken. That's why House Republicans want to talk about something else. That's why we are here to debate and vote on this rule. I oppose this farcical resolution and the theater that it represents, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not about repealing anything that's going to add any protections or viability to anything that's happening on offshore exploration. And it's not even, the rule was not even about wearing a suspender with a belt. This rule is put in place to hamper offshore energy production. Under the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106, protections already exist for offshore operators and require them to identify and avoid marine archaeological sites, making this rule totally redundant. But the purpose of the Biden-era rule wasn't just for redundancy. It was to put shackles on offshore energy production and to put higher costs on American consumers who are already struggling with inflation that has resulted from the policies of the previous administration. Good governance doesn't have redundancy and duplicative rules in place that hamper Americans from building and producing. And what we're doing is releasing the shackles off of energy production so that we can provide the things that our country and our economy needs And that's why I really appreciate the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, for bringing this bill forward, and I yield to him 4 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of S.J. Res. 11, a Congressional Review Act to reverse the Bureau of Ocean Energy's management BOEM rule that targeted oil and gas production in our outer continental shelf. The Biden administration spent the last 4 years steamrolling our American energy sector with burdensome regulations. Instead of unleashing our nation's vast resources, they handcuffed U.S. oil and gas production with red tape, driving up costs, stifling innovation, and making us more dependent on foreign energy. BOEM's rule is not about safety or environmental stewardship. It's not about protecting archaeological resources. This rule is nothing more than a short of a universal mandate, if even applied to areas known to have no archaeological risk. This is about forcing an extreme agenda that weakens our energy independence and hurts hardworking Americans. The result? Higher costs at the pump, fewer jobs in the energy sector, and a direct hit to our economy. That's why today I'm proud to stand up for the American workers and consumers by leading the House version of this CRA to reverse this detrimental rule. Under the Trump administration, we have the power to push back against these reckless policies and restore common sense energy solutions to put America first. In just last 2 months, we have seen what happens when government gets out of the way, energy prices drop, jobs flourish, and we become a net energy exporter. That's the kind of future we should be fighting for. Not where Washington bureaucrats make it harder for American business to succeed. Let's send a clear message. We stand for affordable energy, good-paying jobs, and an America that leads, not one that follows bad policies and straight into higher cost and economic decline. I thank Senators Kennedy and Hyde-Smith for their leadership in the Senate, and I thank Chairman Westerman for advocating to get this on the floor. I urge my colleagues to support S.J. Res. 11, and I look forward to the President signing this into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, my colleagues across the aisle are arguing that the rule is duplicative and the offshore drilling industry is already doing these surveys. That's kind of the point, folks. The fact that these surveys are already being done is exactly why this rule is so simple and not burdensome. The rule does not require any new or standalone surveys for the vast majority of leases. It simply makes sure that these surveys are done right. These surveys that are already being performed so that we can protect archaeological sites by identifying them before the work starts. This is common sense, a tweak that will provide important protection for offshore archaeological resources, bring the agency into compliance with the law, and actually promote efficiency. And with that, I would like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Maryland, Representative Elfreth.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Huffman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to SJ Res. 11. As been said, historic artifacts serve as evidence of ancient civilizations. They teach us about the development of science and trade, transportation, and culture. So many of these artifacts are buried on the seafloor, from shipwrecks and storms to indigenous artifacts. And when that seabed is disturbed, these priceless pieces of history get damaged or destroyed, and more importantly, cost the companies seeking to do this work more money when they disturb these artifacts and are faced with fines and cleanup. Like the Micah shipwreck, which was bisected by a pipeline in 2001, it cost ExxonMobil $250,000 in fees to mitigate the damage it caused that could have been found from the beginning had there been a consistent survey. Again, saving that company money. This is not new. The Bureau of Ocean Energy Management has had guidelines on marine archaeology since 1982, and since have been updated during administrations from both parties to create greater consistency and predictability for everyone involved. These rules have stood for 40 years because they protect artifacts and protect the oil and gas companies from the liability of unknowingly destroying irreplaceable pieces of history. Each update to the rules have served to codify industry practice, use the best available science, and ensure compliance with the National Historic Preservation Act. Each update has provided oil and gas companies with more clarity and consistency. SJ Res 11 seeks not only to undo all of that work that has been done, but it will prohibit such a rule from ever being enacted in the future. And counter to some arguments, this rule is not financially burdensome. BOEM reports that the total annualized financial impact for the entire oil industry is less than $400,000 a year. For an industry with a reported pre-tax profit of $83.9 billion in 2024, this is a negligible impact. The rule does not negatively impact America's energy dominance and independence. The U.S. is still the #1 producer of oil and gas in the world and has been since 2009. We are producing more oil than any country ever. In fact, we are exporting energy, which is what is really hurting American energy prices. This rule didn't even meet the threshold to require a statement of energy effects report because it has such a negligible possibility of impacting energy supply, distribution, or use. This rule actually promotes efficiency, as been stated. It provides consistency to businesses and protects oil and gas companies from that liability. Doing these surveys before drilling saves time and money in the long run. It is much more damaging to a company's bottom line to stop operations suddenly when they find a shipwreck or artifacts. Nobody gets everything they want in the public policy that we debate on this floor, but this final rule at the beginning of the day is good policy that benefits every stakeholder involved, and banning this rule would set a dangerous precedent for solutions-oriented policymaking. It would roll back decades of bipartisan work that we have all done to preserve history. I urge my colleagues to consider the cost of this action, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on SJ Res 11, and I yield back. Thank you.
Reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, our country is at a point where we need more energy in every form of energy. When we look at the demands for data processing, when we look at transportation demands, when we look at demands for energy to grow our economy and to produce more things here, there's no question. I don't think anybody on either side of the aisle would question the fact that we need more energy, and our energy consumption is on an exponential increase. This rule that the Biden administration made is not about an all-of-the-above energy approach. It's not about producing more energy, more clean, reliable energy that comes from America. It's about attacking an industry. And if you don't believe that, just look at the rule itself. You know, we produce more than one kind of energy offshore. We produce oil and gas. We also produce wind. But magically, wind farms don't trigger an archaeological review, I guess, because they're not included in this analysis, that this redundant process that the Biden administration put in place. The reason they're not is the same reason that oil and gas should not be included, because there's already a process to do the Historical Preservation Act Section 106 requirements when you're getting a permit. This rule was added by the Biden administration just to create another level of bureaucracy, another level of regulatory hurdles to stop offshore oil and gas exploration and production. That's the only purpose they could have put this rule in place for. Otherwise, they would have said if they really cared about archaeological features and artifacts in the Gulf and offshore, they would have included the wind farms in this. But it's only targeted at oil and gas. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Minnesota, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy and Minerals on the Natural Resources Committee, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of SJ Res 11, which nullifies the Biden administration's politically driven rule to mandate all offshore oil and gas exploration and development projects complete costly and burdensome archaeological surveys and reports. Over the past 4 years, the American people have seen the most anti-oil, anti-gas, anti-traditional energy, and anti-mining administration in this nation's history. When for energy here in the United States and around the world is growing, as the chairman just said, rather than supporting an all-of-the-above energy strategy, Mr. Chair, the Biden administration sought to stop traditional forms of energy like oil and gas. Prior to the Biden administration's rule, oil and gas companies were only required to complete these reports when BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, had a reason to believe an archaeological resource may be present. Instead, the Biden administration made what archaeological report mandatory, even when it was clearly unnecessary. These unnecessary reports would lead to millions of dollars in additional compliance costs to complete the required survey work and deal with the additional red tape. This is in addition to the significant staff time reviewing these reports would eat up at BOEM, leading to further delays in important energy projects that we need to build for the American people. It's clear the Biden administration's rule wasn't actually necessary. It was just another example of their, quote, death by 1,000 paper cuts, end quote, their agenda to crush our domestic oil and gas industry and raise energy prices for all Americans in the process. After we pass this resolution today, and it will pass the House, and it already passed the Senate, and the President Trump will sign it, so after it passes this House today, and when it's overturned, these oil and gas projects won't be waived from historic preservation rules. This resolution does nothing to weaken the National Historic Preservation Act. These developers will still be required to take necessary steps to ensure they do not harm historic properties or archaeological sites. As was the case before the Biden rule, BOEM will still have the authority to require operators to perform these additional surveys and reports when it is actually necessary and actually warranted, Mr. Chair. This resolution will just return us to the previous process. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will argue this is necessary to preserve historic and archaeological sites on the outer continental shelf. If that is the case, why did the Biden administration's rule only apply to oil and gas operations? Why didn't this rule apply to offshore wind development? This was politically driven. I'm not arguing we need these additional necessary requirements for offshore wind. I'm just pointing out the blatant hypocrisy of the past administration. It's clear where their intentions were. Overturning this rule is good for our energy security and for our energy independence. Mr. Chair, a couple nights ago, the President of the United States addressed this House and the Senate. Talked about energy independence, energy dominance, critical mineral dominance, and a critical mineral powerhouse for our nation. It is crystal clear that the Biden administration wants to diminish the true, tried, respective, traditional energies we had and have, because they didn't include wind in this. Complete hypocrisy. If you are going to do it for one, you do it for all. They tried to choose winners and losers. They tried to do it. But here in the House, we're going to follow the Senate's bipartisan passing of the CRA. Today, it's going to pass in a bipartisan fashion in the House, and very soon, the President of the United States will sign this into law. It will change one of the many disasters of the prior administration. The prior administration, as I opened up, the most anti-oil, gas, and mining administration in the history of this country. I come from a state, rich mining state, biggest untapped copper nickel find in the world. Biden administration banned mining in northeastern Minnesota, took the mineral leases away that were in place since 1966. Yet, they want us to compete in defense, NASA, other areas of our communities with adversarial governments, when we have to buy their minerals for the F-35s, the F-22s, the F-16s, our submarines. Mr. Chair, I am excited to vote on this CRA because it gives me one more opportunity once again to change the direction of this country that the previous administration was derelict in doing. I'm very happy to stand here today with my Democrat and Republican colleagues in a bipartisan fashion to get this across the finish line. The American people deserve it. The cost of energy and the need for our energy is going to be increasingly, as the chairman just said, Mr. Chair, we need to win the AI war. And that's going to mean we need energy to do it. We're going to need energy, Mr. Chair, when these businesses come back to our country. We reshore these manufacturing facilities. We're going to need this energy, Mr. Chair, to do that. Now we have an administration that understands it and will not be politically driven by just a few people. Mr. Chair, with my comments, I do want to say one last thing. Energy independence and critical mineral dominance is a Trump administration agenda. That's the American First agenda. That's going to employ a lot of people. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's talk about this claim of a double standard, of hypocrisy. Oh, the poor fossil fuel industry is being singled out. Poor big oil with its record profits and its record exports and its executive bonuses and its collusion with OPEC to gouge American consumers. They're just such a victim in the telling of my friends across the aisle. I hate to intrude on that narrative with a little bit of truth, but the fact is the offshore wind industry already does this stuff. They have to comply with the National Historic Preservation Act. The reason that the fossil fuel industry is the subject of this regulation is to bring them into compliance. I guess it reflects the radical proposition that the big oil oligarchs, your pals in the industry, should play by the same rules as everyone else. That is not socialism or wokeness or anything else. It should just be common sense and fairness. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the real human cost of our Republican friends' allergy, opposition, reflexive opposition to any type of regulation, and what this CRA would mean for working men and women on the outer continental shelf. Marine archaeological surveys are not just a nice idea. They actually are safeguards that protect workers from hidden dangers lurking beneath the waves. These surveys can detect unexploded ordnances, UXOs, which are military ammunition that has never detonated, and there's actually a lot of that out there. From World War II into the 1970s, the federal government dumped massive amounts of UXOs into the ocean, including depth charges, torpedoes, munitions, mustard gas, and even chemical weapons, all in designated explosive dumping areas. And if that wasn't bad enough, these same waters were used to dispose of radioactive waste. Now, the old technology used to map these areas was crude at best, leaving countless unexploded devices scattered beyond known dumping areas. But modern marine archaeological surveys can identify these things and save lives before disaster strikes. Rather than protect workers from these deadly hazards, Republicans want to repeal this common sense rule, rolling the dice with human life in the name of corporate profits. They wrap it all up in a phony pitch about prices, like they are standing up for the little guy while they look the other way when their oil oligarch pals collude with OPEC to gouge American consumers. Well, what about the working class men and women who power our offshore energy industry? What about their safety? Are they just collateral damage for the latest favor to big oil? Let's be clear. This resolution isn't about helping the common worker. It's about Republicans making good on their promise to deliver for big oil billionaires destroying our planet. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves, and the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
All right, thank you. My Republican colleagues decided that the best use of our time today is to debate whether or not we should keep a common sense rule that protects tribal resources, worker safety, and our nation's history. They claim we must do this because this rule is too burdensome for oil and gas companies and will create higher energy prices for American consumers. All of that is nonsense. So what this rule actually requires of companies like Shell, BP, ExxonMobil, companies that make between $28 and $85 billion a year, it requires them to tweak surveys that oil and gas companies are already doing so that they can proactively look for marine archaeological resources or unexploded ordnances, discoveries that would actually stop oil and gas development if they didn't do this proactively, even without this rule. This is a common sense, look before you drill provision that benefits the American people and keeps offshore workers safe. Republicans aren't delivering for you, everyday Americans. If they were, they would take a stand on ridiculous tariffs that Trump is imposing on our closest allies, or unconstrained exports of liquefied natural gas that are driving up energy prices, or repealing energy tax credits in the IRA. All policies on their side that are going to raise your energy prices. If they were delivering for you, they wouldn't allow working class people to go out into the outer continental shelf without the guarantee that they're working on top of unexploded military ammunition or radioactive waste. That's what this rule does. It protects workers and the public interest. They would not allow massive firings of essential employees who protect your public lands. They would not vote for your health care to be ripped away like they just did last week. The Republican agenda in the House today accomplishes one thing and one thing only: selling out the American people and our planet so they can continue to enrich the oil baron oligarchs and billionaire class. This resolution is just the latest favor to these elites, and I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, again, in closing, I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of SJ Resolution 11. And I want to thank my colleagues across the aisle for actually making our point on why this regulation that was put in place by the Biden administration is totally unnecessary. We made the point that it's targeted specifically for oil and gas and that wind is exempted. They tried to say that wind is exempted because they're already doing the analysis under the National Historic Preservation Act, Section 106. Well, guess what? Oil and gas is doing the same thing. They're already making these archaeological assessments under existing rules. This is redundant, but it's not just redundant, it's punitive. It was a rule put in place to attack what our colleagues like to refer to as the big oil boogeyman. Apparently because they've been successful and they can actually turn a profit because there's a demand for their product, they should be attacked by the federal government. They should have more regulations put on them. We should do anything we can to stop producing more energy offshore if you're in the mindset of the previous administration. That's not helping America. That's not helping the American consumers. That's not helping the American economy. And it's certainly not helping America on the world stage. It is ridiculous that we're having to come here and do congressional review acts on horrible policies that were put in place by the previous administration. But thank goodness we have the tool to do that. Thank goodness the Senate's already done it, and we have bipartisan support in the Senate to do the CRA on this rule. States and federal laws as has already been mentioned, provide robust oversight for marine historic resources, again, making this added layer of federal bureaucracy pointless and wasteful. The repeal will lower energy costs for American families, strengthen U.S. energy independence, and support an industry critical to our economy and our security, all while maintaining responsible stewardship of historic resources. And one thing that BOEM failed to analyze that often gets overlooked, it's not just big oil in the Outer Continental Shelf. It's also small producers, family-owned businesses, and a lot of people, thousands and thousands of people, who make a living working in the Outer Continental Shelf. This burdensome regulation will be detrimental to those small businesses. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose, gentlemen from California, seek recognition?
Request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote for the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote. Passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 11 will be followed by a 5-minute votes on the adoption of House Resolution 189. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are...
We're back up.
Mr. Min? Votes no.
Wait a minute, you got another one in the well.
Mr. Arrington? Votes aye.
On this vote,
Mr. Barr? Votes aye. Ms. Presley? Votes no. Ms. Moore of Wisconsin? Votes no.
on this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 201, one voting present. The joint resolution is passed. Without objection, the reconsider laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on the adoption of House Resolution 189, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 189, resolution censuring Representative Al Green of Texas.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 224, the nays are 198, with 2 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. Shh. Will Representative Green present himself to the well? By its adoption of House Resolution 189, the House has resolved that Representative Al Green be censured, that Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and that Representative Al Green be censured with public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. The House had come to order. The House had come to order. What's that? The House had come to order. Clear the well, please. Clear the well. The House has to continue its business. Just say the House is in recess. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the House will stand in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair would announce that the chair's earlier announcement regarding roll call number 61 was mistaken. The correct tally was 221 voting aye, 202 voting no, and 1 answering present. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Res 190 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 190, Resolution electing members to the Joint Committee of Congress on the Library and the Joint Committee on Printing.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? The resolution is agreed to, and the motion to consider is laid on the table. For what purpose?
I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our nation's economy's greatest strength has been its ability to continue to innovate and compete both with ourselves and with our counterparts. However, over the last 4 years, the American economy has been suffocated under the enormity of regulatory burdens implemented under the Biden administration. To be clear, the Biden administration costed taxpayers $1.8 trillion through unilateral rulemaking and executive orders. This brazen abuse of executive power stymied commerce, our free markets, and directly affected our ability to innovate and remain competitive in the international economy. The effects of this aggressive regulatory regime was clear. Gas prices rose to the highest levels in history, and inflation reached the highest levels in decades. Due to this, nearly a third of Americans were forced to choose between paying their energy bills or their groceries. Mr. Speaker, America is and will continue to be a beacon for free enterprise, innovation, competition. So I applaud President Trump for his pledge to roll back 10 regulations for any one implemented, and look forward to seeing America enter a golden era of prosperity. I'll yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute revising.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to take a moment to celebrate Apostle Norbert Simmons. He founded Deeper Life Church Ministries, which recently marked an incredible 41 years of service. Hailing from Mount Olive, North Carolina, Apostle Simmons graduated from Carver High School, where he served as chaplain for the National Alumni Association. He's done a fantastic job growing his church from just 9 to 2,000 members. Apostle Simmons truly has inspired so many in the community, and I had the privilege of presenting him with the Order of the Longleaf Pine on behalf of the governor. It's essential to acknowledge that he didn't do it alone. His loving wife, Gwen, along with their family and church, supported him every step of the way. We're also grateful for everything Apostle Simmons and his family have contributed to Eastern North Carolina and our state. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the rich and vibrant heritage of the Chamorro people as we recognize March as a National Chamorro Heritage and Cultural Month. The Chamorro people have long exemplified the spirit of Inafu Malik, the Chamorro philosophy of interdependence and cooperation, as the very foundation of their culture. Throughout history, they have shown remarkable resilience and perseverance in the face of adversity, embodying the true spirit of strength and unity. Let us acknowledge the significant contributions of the Chamorro people in the tapestry of our nation's culture and history. Our traditions, language, and customs are a testament to our unwavering commitment to preserving our heritage and identity. In closing, I say, Viva Mes Chamorro. May this month serve as a reminder to all of us to embrace and celebrate the remarkable Chamorro heritage and culture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. Does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because Oregonians can't afford to buy a home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the rent is too damn high. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today because the game is rigged. I hear from everyone I talk to, from my constituents to my kids, to how hard it is to find affordable housing. Oregon ranks 45th in the nation in housing affordability, and it's getting worse. Our population has grown faster than our housing supply, driving costs up for buyers and renters. I refuse to leave Oregon families hanging. That's why I'm fighting on the Financial Services Committee to make a difference. I'm fighting to make it easier to buy or rent a home, and I'm fighting to build more houses and increase our supply. And I'll always fight to lower costs and make life just a little bit easier for Oregonians. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise, and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Families continue to suffer from the disastrous decisions of Biden-Harris, which led to outrageous energy prices. Republicans passed bills this week to correct regulations of Biden and lower costs, including reversing the rule on energy standards, which overregulates standards for consumer products and commercial equipment, led by Congressman Andrew Clyde. Reversing the rule on national emission standards, which imposes limits on tire manufacturers, led by Congressman Morgan Griffith. This legislation supports tire manufacturers such as Michelin and Bridgestone in South Carolina, which now is the leading state manufacturer and exporter of tires in America, creating jobs. Reversing the rule requiring archaeological reports for oil and gas exploration or development plans on the Outer Continental Shelf, led by Senator John Kennedy. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. President Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last December, Congress, Democrats and Republicans alike, came together to pass the American Relief Act of 2025, securing $12 billion to rebuild communities devastated by disaster. We made a promise to North Carolina, Florida, Texas, and yes, to Maui. Now that promise isn't just being broken, it's being ripped apart. What a slap in the face for those constituents when that funding to rebuild homes, businesses, and communities gets delayed or even withheld because the Musk-Trump administration plans to gut HUD's Office of Community Planning and Development, the very team responsible for getting billions of relief dollars where they belong, essentially eliminated. That isn't streamlining or efficiency. That's sabotage. This week, I am proud to have led a bipartisan letter signed by 47 members of Congress calling on this administration to not cut these critical positions. We voted for this funding. Now let's do our jobs and fight to make sure it gets to the people who need it most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Coach John Willis, the winningest football coach in Brunswick High School history, who passed away at the age of 80. Starting in 1980, he led the Brunswick High School Pirates to an impressive record of 138 and 103 over 22 seasons. Under his guidance, the Pirates secured 4 regional championships, including 3 consecutive titles from 1997 to 1999. The 1999 team reached a state championship game, finishing with a 14-1 record. Beyond the field, Coach Willis was a dedicated physical education teacher at Brunswick High School, known for his motivational speeches and serving as a father figure to many of his players. As a lifelong resident of Brunswick, Coach Willis, alongside his wife Barbara, contributed significantly to local education and to athletics. He is survived by his wife Barbara and their 3 children, Michael, Wesley, and Maria. Maria now follows in her father's footsteps, coaching the Lady Pirates basketball team. Coach Willis's unwavering dedication to his students, athletes, and the Brunswick community has left an enduring legacy that will inspire future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For 3 years, Ukraine has fought for its survival against Russia's brutal assault. And for 3 years, America has supported the Ukrainian people in their brave fight for freedom. Now, Trump is halting military aid, blocking intelligence sharing, and betraying a democratic ally. This risks our national security and emboldens dictators around the globe. History will judge us for abandoning a democracy under attack and for leaving innocent people to defend themselves against an aggressive authoritarian regime. But there's still time for my Republican friends to speak up. There's still time for Republicans to reaffirm to the world that America does not bow to our foreign adversaries. There's still time for Republicans to join with Democrats and remind Donald Trump that America does not abandon our friends. For our future and theirs, we must not betray the courageous people of Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary service of Master Sergeant Arcadio Santiago Rodriguez, a proud member of the Army's 65th Infantry Regiment, known as the Buccaneers. During the Korean War, then Private First Class Santiago Rodriguez displayed extraordinary heroism in the face of danger. When his squad leader was gravely wounded, he swiftly took command, rallying his fellow soldiers and leading them safely with unwavering courage and determination. Later, while evacuating a wounded comrade, he single-handedly engaged 5 enemy soldiers, killing 4 and capturing a 5th, forcing that captured soldier to carry the wounded soldier to safety. For his heroism, he was awarded the Silver Star. At 101 years old, Master Sergeant Santiago Rodriguez continues to inspire us. I join my predecessor, the Honorable Bill Posey, in honoring Mr. Rodriguez, and I hope that he will be recognized for his unwavering service to our nation. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Consent to speak out of order for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
First, Mr. Speaker, I applaud and support the remarks of the gentlelady from North Carolina. We must be on Ukraine's side and against dictators, despots, and war criminals. Now, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a great Marylander, a dedicated champion of our men and women in uniform, a former member of this body, Beverly Byron, a dear friend of mine for over 60 years. She passed away at the age of 92 on February 9th. When Beverly succeeded her husband, Representative Goodloe Byron, in Congress after his sudden passing in 1978, many people underestimated her. Throughout her 14 years in Congress, however, she proved to be a gifted leader in her own right. She became the first woman to chair a House Armed Services subcommittee. Her commitment to her constituents and to her principles earned her respect on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, this Congress needs more leaders like Beverly Byron today. Her passing is a great loss to Maryland and to America and to this institution. I ask my colleagues to join me in praying for Beverly and her family, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to ask unanimous consent to speak for a minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to discuss some of the biggest highlight of the Trump administration so far, and that is what he's done at the border. We've gone from having over 300,000 people a month trying to get in this country to under 8,000 in February. That shows that with a little bit of determination, we can enforce our immigration laws. But there was an important hearing that was not covered enough in this Congress this week in the Oversight Committee, in which we brought in 4 Democrat mayors who refused to say that our immigration laws should be enforced. It is very difficult for President Trump to protect our country when we have elected officials, mayors and governors from around the country, in essence saying we are going to stand in the way of enforcing our immigration laws. It's time for the American people to stand up and tell your local officials that we want our immigration laws enforced, and it is very difficult to enforce them if local law enforcement or social services is not on board. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? Oh, excuse me. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
For 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the proud gentlelady from Maryland, I rise today in honor to honor the life and legacy of Frank Turner, a distinguished educator and public servant whom we lost earlier this year. Now, in 1990, Frank made history, becoming the first black judge in Howard County, Maryland. And then again in 1994, he became the first African American elected to the General Assembly from Howard County, where he served with distinction for 24 years. After his time in the legislature, he served his community further as a trustee of Howard Community College. Frank will forever be remembered for his generosity and kindness, his thoughtfulness and his skill, but above all for his unwavering commitment to his community, to Howard County, that stays with me and so many Marylanders. He led a life of unparalleled service, and for that, we will forever be grateful. I am personally keeping his family, his friends, and every life he ever touched through his good works in my prayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, during the joint session Tuesday night, Republicans cheered for the vision, plan, and great future of America. We cheered for secured borders, wiping out fentanyl and human trafficking, and an energy policy that lowers fuel costs and inflation. We cheered for our military, increased recruitment of young patriots, and readiness. We cheered for peace, world stability, and an America-first economy, bringing a renaissance to U.S. technology, manufacturing, great-paying jobs, and the Made in the USA logo. We cheered for the President's leadership in fighting waste, abuse, fraud, and corruption. We cheered for the vision of a new golden age. And Americans cheered with us. We saw in the polls, over 75%, nearly 80% appreciated the optimistic yet realistic outlook for our great country. We cheered for a child who overcame cancer, a family who suffered loss, and the brave who were knocked down but got back up. A truly American thing. Unfortunately, not everyone cheered. Rather, there was a seemingly opposition without a cause.
Time's expired.
That's not productive. It's counterproductive. America is an idea about hope, always will be, always was, and America is worth cheering for. I yield back, Mr.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? Thank you. Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
So I want to remind many of my constituents in the 12th Congressional District that I hear you and I understand the pain and the fear that you all are going through as you continue to hear about the $880 billion in Medicaid cuts. The budget proposal that overwhelmingly on party lines Republicans supported cuts the very health coverage for those that only use it for long-term care, for families and parents that have a child with disabilities and special needs. They rely heavily on this. And so I want to remind you all, the Trump administration continues to really attack the values that we have in regards to taking care of our most vulnerable. But shredding the Constitution, that's what I kept really seeing as I continue to watch the joint address. Illegally dismantling, and I say illegally, not me, but the judges continue to say that it is illegal in dismantling federal agencies that we have authorized to provide services for our families. So I want to remind folks, 60% of Americans, 60% live paycheck by paycheck. In Michigan, 2.6 million residents have Medicaid. We got to stick with the people, not the billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition? The gentlelady from Oregon.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it's all over the news this morning. In just a few hours, it's expected that Donald Trump will sign an executive order to shut down the Department of Education. I condemn that in the strongest possible terms. This will slash support for students with disabilities, undermine schools in rural communities, and also eliminate the civil rights protections that people fought and died for. This executive order will be an illegal and unconstitutional abuse of power. An act of Congress created the Department of Education, and only an act of Congress can dismantle it, and we will fight that. Last month, I introduced House Resolution 94 in defense of public education. We have more than 80 colleagues on that resolution. I want everyone to join us in signing that. Do not let them bulldoze our public education system. They're going to try to justify it by saying we have to return authority to state and local school boards, but they already have the authority, the Department of Education, the federal government. We don't set curriculum. We don't decide how many kids are in each class.
Time's expired.
But what the Department of Education does is protect civil rights, gives support to students who are low income and students with disabilities. We'll fight the efforts to defund this important work. If we can't legislate, we will litigate, but we will not back down. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, and then I revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart in honor of my friend, my colleague, and my confidant, Sylvester Turner. Not often one gets the opportunity to serve alongside of a person like Sylvester Turner, one of the finest public servants this nation has ever known. Each and every day we worked in this chamber. We sat side by side, center aisle, row 5, seat 1 and 2. I called him Mr. Mayor. Sylvester's brilliance was in crafting policy that served the underrepresented and became an inspiration to me. After storms devastated his region, we stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting for disaster relief funds, building recovery plans that now protects millions. As mayor, he transformed Houston infrastructure, expanded economic opportunity, and navigated the city through unprecedented challenges with grace and determination. In our private moments, we always would sit in this chamber and we would say things like, Sylvester would say, Cleo, let me just tell you, we're not here for titles. We're here for the people who will never walk these halls. That was the measure of an extraordinary man. As I remember my friend, he was not only just an accomplished legislator and mayor, but a man whose friendship and dedication made America a better place for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Mr. Paul Tazewell as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week for winning an Academy Award for his costume design work in the movie Wicked. Paul's first Academy Award will join a crowded trophy case that contains an American Cinematique Award and a British Academy Film Award, both for his costume design in Wicked. He also won Critics' Choice and Costume Design's Guild Award for his work on the film. While this is Paul's first win at the Oscars, he was also nominated for costume design in the 2022 film adaptation of The West Side Story. Paul is a 1982 Buchtel High School graduate, proudly acknowledged during his acceptance speech that he is the first black man to win an Oscar for costume design, to a resounding crowd and a standing ovation. I don't know if he could hear us while he was up on stage, but our entire community in Akron was standing up and cheering him on when we heard his name called. He later shared, quote, "I have evolved into that inspiring figure that I have been longing to emulate as long as a developing designer. I received this beautiful recognition with immense pride, and I dedicate it to everyone who has the dream to fly." Congratulations again to Paul Tazewell on this amazing accomplishment. You have certainly made our community proud and a shining example of why Ohio's 13th Congressional District is the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Pennsylvania district is home to more than 32,000 veterans, many of whom rely on physical and mental health care from 3 VA medical centers: Lebanon in Berks County, Coatesville in West Norriton, and Philadelphia for Montgomery County. Yet because of President Trump, the VA, which cares for more than 9 million veterans nationwide, has been gravely weakened. Already in Coatesville and Philadelphia, they were forced to rescind job offers to physicians and to lay off administrative and clerical staff. The Trump administration has jeopardized care, putting lives and health at risk. Many of the brave men and women who serve in our armed forces continue to serve our nation in the civilian workforce, including in the VA. So far, 1,400 employees have been dismissed, and an internal memo shows 80,000 more to come. Firing of 80,000 VA workers. DOJ and this incompetent, chaotic administration are breaking our most sacred promise to our veterans. They fought for us. We must fight for them. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, my message today is an alert for Social Security recipients. Pay attention to what billionaire Elon Musk is doing with your hard-earned Social Security benefits. Musk is coming after your Social Security. The top administrator of the Social Security Administration says that Musk's Doge Boys are trying to break the system entirely. That will stop your hard-earned benefits from reaching seniors and eligible recipients. Social Security benefits are your hard-earned benefits. They don't belong to billionaire Elon Musk. Americans work hard to earn their Social Security retirement and be secure as they age. Social Security has been around since Franklin Roosevelt created the program nearly 100 years ago. Social Security accounts are yours, and it is a sacrilege to do anything to disturb them. You might think about President Trump. He inherited all of his money.
Time's
he didn't have to work. Mr. Speaker, we have to do everything possible to protect Social Security for the millions and millions of Americans who deserve those earned benefits, and no one should lie about them and say that they are in trouble or the accounts
Time has expired.
Correct. They're 99.8% delivered. 99.8, perfect, almost a perfect score. Don't believe what the President said down on this floor just a few days ago. We're here to protect Social Security benefits, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. With that, For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Missouri, excuse me. What purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to remember our colleague, Representative Sylvester Turner. My colleague previously discussed his policy accomplishments. I'm going to take this from a different angle. If I had to rank my freshman colleagues respectfully by kindness and decency, Sylvester Turner would have won in a landslide. He had a warmth about him, whether you were a constituent, a colleague, or just someone passing by. He didn't serve for recognition. He did it because he wanted to make people's lives better. Representative Turner made this a better place through his work and through the way he treated people. Before Congress, he served as the mayor of Houston, leading with the same heart and dedication that defined his life. Losing him reminds us to appreciate the people around us. So today, let's take a moment to reflect, to check in on one another. And in this house and in houses across this nation, let's carry forward the kindness and service that defined Sylvester's life. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week's address to Congress was one of the longest addresses to Congress ever, yet there was no real plan or blueprint for how we're actually going to lower costs. We heard a lot about Greenland and golden tickets and something about Mars, but we didn't actually hear about lowering costs because the actions of this administration will actually raise costs for every American. If you cut Medicaid, for instance, not only will you cut off care for millions, it will raise the health care premiums of every American, not just the ones on Medicaid. Health costs will go up. If you fire half the people who administer Social Security and undermine it, for our seniors, costs will go up. And if you continue the brain drain in our government and fire federal workers who protect consumers or do critical safety or health research, you will make us less safe and costs will go up. This administration's policies will directly lead to costs going up for all families, and Americans deserve better. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the life of Larry Gerstner, an outstanding businessman who was well loved by his community and spent his life in service to it. Larry was born in Columbus, Ohio, and grew up on a small farm in Hilliard. Earning a bachelor's degree in civil engineering from the University of Cincinnati, Larry joined the Peace Corps in 1971 and spent 3 years in the Tonga constructing the Main Islands Road and country's first jet field. Upon returning to the States, Larry was elected Hocking County Engineer in 1976 and later served as a board member for the Hocking Hills Tourism Association. Larry created numerous businesses that grew Hocking County's tourism industry, most known for the Columbus Washboard Company, the very last maker of washboards in the United States. One of his incredible washboards is displayed in my office for Ohioans to enjoy, and similar to this one that I hold in my hand today. After an 18-year fight with cancer, with his devoted wife Joyce by his side, Larry passed away in February of 2025. Larry will be dearly missed in Hocking County and across Ohio, but the legacy of his life and service will continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Republicans are trumpeting the dawn of a golden age of economic growth. However, this week, the Wall Street Journal had an editorial, Trump's Tariffs Whack Trump's Voters, with a subheader of whatever happened to the GOP's concern for the working class. The Wall Street Journal said President Trump won the presidency a second time by promising working-class voters he'd lift their real incomes, which makes it all the more puzzling that he's so intent on imposing tariffs that will punish those same Americans. The Wall Street Journal said tariffs are taxes, and Mr. Trump's latest tariffs are estimated to be an annual $150 billion tax increase. Taxes are anti-growth. That's the message investors are sending this week since Mr. Trump let his 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico take effect. The Wall Street Journal said, brace for higher prices on berries, bell peppers, and beer. Target CEO Brian Cornell told CNBC that tariffs on Mexico may force the company to raise prices on fruits and vegetables. The Wall Street Journal said all of these things. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't have said it better myself. I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Lincoln High School football team on winning their second state title in 3 years. This was a huge achievement, but it's even more amazing when you consider what this team had to overcome to get there. The Hornets spent their entire season on the road after their field was deemed unsafe due to water damage. The team boarded buses and traveled to every single practice. They never played a home game. But despite these obstacles, this team never gave up. They demonstrated resilience, grit, and teamwork, and together they brought home the state championship. Congratulations again to the Lincoln High School football team and to all the incredible players and coaches. You have made our entire district and city proud. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart. Only days ago, New York State and our nation lost a giant, an icon with the passing of Dr. Hazel Nell Dukes. I've known Dr. Dukes for most of my life, and I consider it one of my greatest blessings to have called her my friend, mentor, soror, link sister, and inspiration. When we look back on Dr. Dukes' remarkable life, we'll remember her tireless advocacy and work to further racial diversity, equity, and inclusion, and prosperity for the Black community. We'll remember her leadership as a president of the NAACP and its New York chapter, which solidified her as a force for social action and change. We'll remember how she stood tall against the oppressive status quo of Jim Crow and paved the way forward to a more enlightened, more accepting, more loving era for our country and world. And I know I'll remember the image of her arm in arm with my mother, Dr. Una Clark, at the Democratic Convention, where they stood in the trenches together, fighting for the Black community at each other's sides. Truly, Dr. Dukes lived a life of courage, resolve, and unmatched tenacity. We owe her a debt of gratitude that can never be measured or repaid, and I will miss my friend's warmth and wisdom so dearly. Ma Dukes, we'll never forget you. May you rest in power. May you rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we say goodbye to a giant, a leader, a warrior for justice. Today we mourn the passing of my dear friend and brother in service, Congressman Sylvester Turner. Mr. Turner was more than a colleague, he was family. He carried the weight of his community on his shoulder, never once complaining, never once backing down from a fight when the people needed him. He walked these halls not for power, not for prestige, but for purpose. And that purpose was clear: to uplift the forgotten and fight for the unseen, and to ensure that every child, no matter the zip code they were born in, had a fair shot at success. His legacy will be defined by his lifelong fight
for civil rights, economic justice, and opportunity for all. But perhaps some of his most visionary work was co-founding the Congressional Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Caucus. He and I and Congressman Fields took on together with urgency, purpose. Sylvester knew that representation wasn't just a box to check, it was the foundation of our democracy itself. He fought to break down barriers, to build pipelines of opportunity, and to ensure that government truly reflected the people it served. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
America, continue to be courageous, because what is happening right now is not normal. The dismantling of agencies, including today the Department of Education, the firing of teachers, veterans, military, hacking your personal data, cozying up to foreign adversaries. This is not normal. We must continue to fight back, to push back in Congress, in the courts, and in our communities. So here is what you can do. Raise your voice. Push your members of Congress, push the administration, push your state and local leaders, engage in collective action, and engage in everyday acts of resistance in your own life. Because America, this is not normal. We will not go back. So I say to you, stay strong, raise your voices, and engage in acts of courage. I yield back.
Thank you. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. All right. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. All righty. Have you ever had the time here where you basically are having to take on two things that push against each other, that create a real math problem, and that telling the truth about it, how do you say, oh yeah, it gets the crap kicked out of you, but let's have at it. President Trump stood there just a couple days ago, and within his speech, when you talk about some of the policy to help our brothers and sisters in this country, there was the discussion of no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, these things. And the pushing to get us in Congress, Senate included, to move the extension of the 2017 tax cuts. And I'm going to show you why that's so important. But at the same time, within almost the same breath, the president looked out at us and said he also wants a balanced budget. Okay. Now we need to deal with the reality of how hard that math is, but there's a way to do it. I just don't know if intellectually, when you think about the things you heard behind these microphones this last week, how many of our brothers and sisters here, how many of the public, how many of the armies of lobbyists that are in the hallways here lined up saying they want more spending, more money, more regulation on their competition. So let's go through some of the basic math facts, and then let's have a brutally honest conversation of how we stabilize and how far we can actually go. All right, an oldie but a goodie. And the numbers are actually worse, but I didn't want to print another chart, so we've been using the same one for last year. Do you see all the red on the chart? That's what we call mandatory. It's auto, it's earned benefits, it's you served in the military, your pensions, those things. Interest is automatic. You got to pay it. See the blue? That's military and what we call non-defense discretionary. A member of Congress, other than in a reconciliation opportunity, we're going to come back to why it's so important, only votes on this blue. Every dime a member of Congress votes on, other than that moment of reconciliation, is borrowed. It's all borrowed money. Last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we borrowed $1.39. And look, the number of times I've come before here, these mics, and I've done the charts and shown, in times when we've had very high marginal tax rates, we take in about 18% of GDP in taxes. When we've had very low marginal tax rates, we take in about 18% of GDP. And it's the seesaw of lower marginal tax rates, economy grows, higher marginal tax rates, economy shrinks. We're getting basically the same percentage of the economy in tax receipts. There's an article on the Manhattan Institute's website that does an aggregation of lots of studies, many of them from left-wing groups, showing that if you raised every tax that functionally the Dems have offered that's gotten scored, and then you adjust it for its economic effects, you get about 1.5% of GDP in taxes, or additional taxes. Okay. The cuts we had been talking about were now actually getting much broader. But let's go back to that 1.5. We're going to borrow 7.25% of the entire U.S. economy this year will be borrowed. So when the president turned to us and says he really wants a balanced budget, that's a tough one. Now, his Treasury Secretary has talked about if we could get down to 3% stability. Ray Dalio, who's talking about a book he's giving away about his incredible fear of the squeeze that's happening around the world because the countries in the world are binging on debt, and that there may be a shortage of borrowable capital, which will cause us, as he says, a heart attack. Says if we could get back to 3% of the size of the economy. Okay, maybe that should be our goal. But once again, remember, your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. Because the vast majority of our spending, the vast majority, are things like Social Security, Medicare, other benefits you either get because you hit a certain age, you worked a certain number of quarters, you fell below a certain income, you're part of a certain tribal group, but they're automatic. And the one time we get an honest opportunity to really look at them is when there's this reconciliation, you're able to open up and look at the formula spendings. So let's actually walk through, for someone like myself, who basically is intellectually whipsawing them, just beating the crap out of myself. I do not want, and I believe it would be a horrible thing, to allow taxes to go up at the end of this year, particularly on small businesses and the working population. This is the average, and understand, I represent the Phoenix-Scottsdale area. For my folks, our math is it's like $3,300, almost $3,400 a year. A year for my average family in tax hikes. But for the country, it's $2,850 is the tax hike that's already in the law. That's already what's coming at you. That's what the Democrats have been arguing, saying, we shouldn't extend these tax cuts. And then they give these beautiful speeches about defending the working class. This is coming to you. This is part of the battle. And understand, those tax hikes aren't just going on rich people. 62% of the tax-paying population actually sees their taxes go up. And I'm going to show you some distributional charts later. Remember, after 2017, we actually made the tax code in the United States more progressive, meaning the higher income, we're paying a higher percentage of the federal income tax. But what we also did is we functionally took half of our brothers and sisters who make much more moderate wages, and we pulled them off the tax system. They're not paying, now they're still paying payroll tax, which is your Social Security, your Medicare, your unemployment, your disability. But those you pay in as sort of your retirement account. Think of it that way. But they pay almost no income tax. And we're mostly going to focus on these charts about the income tax side. So just once again, remember, this is coming at you at the end of the year. This is what the budget reconciliation ultimately is about. But for some of us, we're stressing about how do I not let the taxes go up, but how do I not play the scam of here, we're going to extend your tax cuts. Here, give me your credit card so I can charge it to you, because that's the scam. Is it really economically honest? Because we have a great set of data that shows if we borrow the money at the end of the decade, it actually costs those working families more because we slow down the economy, we raise interest rates, those things, than saying, I extended your tax cuts, but because I charged it to you, your retirement account, your kid's future, because when we borrow money, understand, borrowing money is a tax. It's just not collected right now. It's collected in the future with interest on it. All righty, let's set those back here. Try not to hit anyone. So let's actually walk through a chart that has upset a number of my fellow Republicans, but the math is honest. So the day we were elected this November, publicly borrowed, and let's do a quick explanation. When you hear someone say our total debt is 37 trillion, okay, or 36 point whatever, a portion of that we borrow internally. We reach into the Social Security Trust Fund and borrow that money. Now we pay interest. The Treasury gives them like special T-bills, and we pay interest on it. And in some years, the interest we were paying to the different trust funds we borrowed money from was actually a pretty good interest rate. That's internal borrowing. Then you have the public borrowing. These are the auctions. This is the note, T-bill, bond that's in your retirement account. It's another country may buy it as part to hold in their version of their Federal Reserve. And remember, China's not our number one buyer of our debt. Matter of fact, China's been rolling off its debt for years, the holdings of U.S. sovereigns. They're actually somewhere in the I think under $900 billion now. Actually, it should make you a little nervous that certain foreign governments are no longer binging on U.S. debt because we would love to get their money. But most of the debt we sell to your retirement, to the business, to the bank, other things. The day we were elected, publicly borrowed debt was about $28 trillion. So let's do a math experiment. Baseline borrowing for the next 10 years, $22 trillion. If we were to do the tax extensions, and this is going to make sense when you hear people running around here saying, let's just use current policy. Let's just pretend our spending stays the same. Our tax policy all stays the same. We don't have to pay attention to the actual law. That would be $5.5 trillion plus another $1.3 trillion on top of that in interest. Okay? Then let's add in some of the president's priorities. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. If we did if we could find the mechanics, it's a little harder because you can't actually do it in reconciliation. No tax on Social Security. If you add those all up, it would mean at the end of 2035, the amount of debt that's been borrowed from the public, one of the reasons the public number's higher is in 2033, Social Security Trust Fund's empty. So you don't get to reach over there and keep using that as your piggy bank, even though you got to pay it back every month because the tax receipts from FICA taxes don't match the checks going out the door. Here's the punchline. It took us 240 years to get to that 28 trillion. We're basically talking about doubling it in 10. That the publicly held debt, it's not exact, but it's close, it's math I can do in my head. We're talking about almost doubling the publicly held debt in the next 10 years. So when you hear those coming behind the microphone saying, Doge, it's horrible, it's evil, really? Federal spending this year will be about $7 trillion, but we're only going to take in 5. So we're going to borrow about $2.3 trillion. If I came to you in your business and said, you're bleeding, for every dollar of revenue you're taking in, you're spending $1.36, $1.39. wouldn't you turn around and try to find some ways to reduce spending, to modernize, on how you do your business? Could we, think of this, if we're going to spend 7, could we find 15% savings? Maybe. Be really hard. People will complain. It will screw up some people's business models. Some of the public employee unions will be cranky. But if you could find 15%, that'd be $1 trillion a year. Still doesn't get you to a 3% of the GDP borrowing, because remember again, we're going to borrow 7.25% of the entire economy will be consumed by this government in borrowing this year. So when idiots like me hold up charts like this and I get complaints saying, you're hurting my feelings, the fact of the matter is, this is why we got to thread this needle and do really hard things. How do we extend the tax cuts, the tax reforms, the tax benefits, the baseline economic growth of what we accomplished in 2017, but find ways to offset as much of it as we possibly can. Once again, even CBO and some of the outside studies made it very clear, if you offset the spending so that money stays in the economy instead of being borrowed by government here, by it staying in the economy, you maximize your economic growth because it gets lent to this business, it gets lent to this new construction project. When we take it out of the economy, remember our baseline, we're already borrowing $22 trillion over the next 10 years. How many more trillion should we stack on top of that? And if we don't find offsets, it means we doubled U.S. publicly held debt in 10 years. 240 years, and then we double it again in 10. And this is how insane the chart looks from the people running around this place saying, just use current policy because it's easy and I don't have to say no to the army of people sitting in my office wanting money for whatever their cause is. You do realize when you start looking at this stuff, you're talking about 140, 150 plus % of debt to GDP. So you go from 100 today to almost a 50% increase in the next 10 years. It's uncomfortable. Primary driver of U.S. sovereign debt, interest, and healthcare costs. Now, are you all ready for if we were to do, the people that run around here just want to pretend the law doesn't exist and that if we're already doing it, we should just pretend, look the other way and just keep doing it. If we do that, that means in 9 budget years, interest, just the interest, and this was assuming the interest rates from like last December, we spend over $2 trillion a year in interest. So when you hear members from the different committees around here, how hard this is, how difficult it is, when the Democrats are saying, how dare you talk about these benefits, help us. Where's your creativity? Where's your modernization? Where's the use of technology to disrupt the cost but make it better, faster, cheaper? Help us. But that doesn't give you the dopamine hits and the hope to win back the next election, to take the majority, because winning around here is more important than doing what's moral, right, and economically rational. This is important. Are you ready? Are we ready as a country? We're going to probably, my math for this year is we're going to spend about $1.2 trillion in interest. And dear Lord, please don't let interest rates move against us. Also, just an economic concept I need everyone to sort of process. Think of a seesaw. When you see interest rates going down, yay! Except the problem is it typically means the economy is slowing down. There's less demand for debt in the markets. There's less demand for the debt in the markets and the economy is slowing down. What happens, Mr. Speaker? What happens to the U.S. Treasury? It means tax receipts are going down. Now, they may not go down immediately. We often don't see the lag for 3 quarters, sometimes a year. But we can see it in the growth calculations that, interest rates are falling down, economy is slowing down, we're going to take in less tax receipts. Oh, good. Economy is growing. Interest rates go up. Now we're paying it because this year, or in the next 12 months, we have to refinance like $9 trillion of U.S. sovereign debt, plus probably add another couple trillion on top of that of what we call new issuances. And so those higher interest rates, okay, so we're going to take in higher tax receipts because the economy is doing well, but it all gets consumed by the higher interest rates. The center of this seesaw, it's a technical economic term, we're screwed. There is no free option anymore. When you're walking around with $37 trillion of debt, when your baseline is adding another 22, and that's with none of these policy discussions, why aren't more people around here just terrified? Is it that our constituents are so desperate for more money from the federal government that explaining, we're not giving you something free, we're putting it on your credit card, you will pay this back some fashion, will deflate the value of the dollar so your savings crashes, will raise the cost of goods, or at some point, we're going to brutalize your kids, your grandkids, and your retirement. And it doesn't have to be their way. There's ways, and God knows over the last couple of years, I've come here and showed how we can crash the price of health care by just using technology. And then you get the lobbyists in your office, well, that would mean we have to change our business model. Look, Eric Cantor, yesterday, CNBC, was in many ways almost mocking us, former majority leader here, now he's on Wall Street, saying, you really think the bond market isn't going to notice if you just do this pretend thing and say, let's just call this thing current policy, so we'll keep the current tax regime. Yeah, it means financing another $5.5 trillion plus another $1.3 trillion of interest on top of it, and the bond market won't even notice that. Greatest fragility right now to this country. We're on the cusp of putting the bond market in charge of this country. Not President Trump, not Congress, because if you're borrowing about $60,000, $70,000 a second every day, what happens when you pull up the next bond auction and not enough people show up for it? It would create chaos around the world. It's a dangerous, dangerous game we're playing around here. But you go home and talk to voters, they want things. We need your help. Please understand this is dangerous, dangerous game we're playing. So let's actually, I was going to show this. I was just trying to make the point. If we do all these things without financing, we're basically over 150% of debt to GDP. So let's actually do something difficult. Treasury Secretary, Ray Dalio, these other people who are sort of economic experts, they're a lot smarter than I am or anyone else here, keep saying if we could get to 3% of debt every year, it's actually somewhat equivalent to the growth of tax receipts. Okay. To do that, to get to 3%, it functionally requires a couple $1 trillion of reduction of spending every year. You realize, think about that. With where we're going growth-wise, how many of you see members of Congress come behind these microphones and say, let's work on this, let's get to $2 trillion a year, but that's actually how screwed up these numbers are. And when you get into the out years, so you get to 2034, thank you. It's not $2 trillion you'd have to move to, it's over $3 trillion. Current policy budget deficit in the billions. If you wanted to be at a 3%, you got to cut 2 this year, 2 the next year, and it grows and grows and grows. I don't think there's an understanding. The United States, so this is a sequitur, these tie together. The United States in 7.5 years now will have more deaths than births. We have a shortage of young people. And yet you want to live in a fantasy world of, oh, we're going to grow at 3%. Great. Tell me how. Unless you're willing to do talent-based immigration, adoption of AI, promotion of synthetic biology to do things better, faster, cheaper. There's ways I can get you there. I'm blessed. I'm the chairman of the board of the Joint Economic Committee, so we have a handful of PhD economists, freaky smart. We have a model to do it. What's my chance, Mr. Speaker, of getting this body to say, President talked about doing a talent-based immigration 2 nights ago. Talked about modernizing, using technology. You know, when you call the IRS, their own auditor says only 31% of the phone calls get answered. Why wouldn't you jump up immediately and say, we're going to use the latest version of an AI chat that sounds like a person, that knows everything about the tax code, will stay on the phone with you, will help you fill out your forms, maybe even send you a YouTube video of how to fill out the form, maybe a PDF of the form, and it will stay on the phone with you all night long and will always pick up the phone. And you get the union going, oh no, you can't use technology. That's part of the discussion going on here. Do you want to keep living and existing in a model that's decades out of date and isn't working and is burying your future in debt? Actually, your current in debt. Functionally, we're borrowing about $6 billion a day. A little math I was doing, standing in the back off the top of my head. If you had 70,000 federal employees accept early retirement and they make $135,000 with benefits, you're functionally, you're cutting less than 2 days of borrowing. You need to do it. Do not take that comment as saying, oh, you see, it doesn't enough. Just the opposite. It's just the beginning. The lack of understanding of how much trouble we're in is the problem. Stop pretending, saying, oh, these little things aren't big enough. That's why you got to do dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of them. But it might affect my business model. It might affect my... Look, do you care about the future? You know, I have a 2.5-year-old we've adopted. My wife's my age. When my little boy becomes, I think my math was 24 years old, so 22 years from now, every tax in the United States has to have doubled just to maintain baseline services, because that's our burn rate. This place is absolutely immoral. And then let's actually add to it, in 8 years, so 2033, Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And yet I'll see my Democrat colleagues come behind, we should expand the benefit. Great, tell me how to finance it. If the first year where the Social Security Trust Fund is completely empty, our rough math is it's over $600 billion a year shortfall. I think that's the entire corporate income tax. There's this lack of understanding of the scale. We're in trouble. What's wrong with this place? Is it so much easier to go home and just lie? If cable television tonight, how many of them are going to do a portion, whether it be the left or the right cable, hold up charts and say, here's the reality of our demographics, the math, and how much trouble we're in? For those folks that come up here and say, I care about poor people, I care about this, do you have any idea how much danger you're putting our future in? Look, I personally believe prosperity is moral. Design a tax code, design a regulatory code, to design the adoption of technology to maximize prosperity. And somehow I'm the idiot who keeps getting up behind this microphone and trying to get people saying, let's try to do things hard. Maybe think about how we deliver healthcare services. We're doing modeling with our economists on silly things. How many billions and billions and billions do we spend every year in just Medicare and duplicative MRI scans, X-ray scans, ultrasounds? If you take that scan and attach it to someone's phone and it becomes portable. Now, our original number, I'm having trouble believing it because it needs more vetting, was like 20 to 25 billion a year. What if it's $250 billion over 10? Is that a cut in services, or is that using technology to make it more modern, portable, faster to use, easier to use, more accessible? And there'll be lobbyists who will be in my office tomorrow out because I said this, saying, David, you don't understand. Those duplicative scans are our profit model. Help us. Okay, you're on the left, or even a couple of my Republicans. You don't like the discussions of where we're trying to do reforms? Bring us ideas. There's freaky smart people in this country. You have a supercomputer in your pocket right now. The concept of what this thing can do 15 years ago, did you think you'd have the world's knowledge and AI on it? Save us, save yourself, save your retirement, save your kids, save your grandkids, but you got to do it by thinking. The idiots I get, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I want to retract that. I'll get people say, if we just didn't have foreign aid, and you send them the chart saying it's 5 days of borrowing. This isn't easy, but it's math. And for my friends on the left, it keeps saying, make the tax code more progressive. Okay, but you've already seen your own studies from the progressive groups is you might get another 1.5% if you blow up everything, you maximize every tax policy you've ever promoted. You're borrowing 7.25% this year. And remember, today, half the taxpayers, 97% of the federal income tax is paid by the top half. So functionally meaning the bottom half of those who are out there working their hearts out, but they don't make a great income, pay almost no federal income tax. They may pay FICA tax, Social Security, Medicare, those things. This tax system now has become incredibly progressive. Maybe you need to make it more progressive. But don't pretend it actually makes that much difference in the debt model. It doesn't produce nearly the revenues. And I'm going to bang through some of these real quick. Look, federal tax code remains incredibly progressive. It's more progressive today than it was prior to 2017 tax reform. And today, right now, if you actually take a look at the top earners, they're still paying the vast majority. So what happens when your top 20% is paying like 40+%? Excuse me. The top 20% of income earners are paying, I think it's a little shy of like 70–80% of all federal income taxes. So instead of an idiot standing here giving you percentages of GDP and numbers, I thought we would do it as time. Let's use it as a calendar. Some people it's easier to see. How Washington financed 366 days of spending in 2024. Remember, it was a leap year. There was an extra day. Top 20% of earners covered 201 days of federal spending. The next 20% covered 41 days. The middle earners covered 17 days of government spending. The bottom 40% altogether covered 4 days. And if you take the folks below the 40%, we spent 103 days of spending. We sent them money. We didn't tax them. We sent them money on the federal income tax side. Yet, when the intellectually vacuous go, well, just raise taxes. Okay, tell me how to get beyond the 17% GDP conundrum. The only model that really does that, and it's why much of the rest of the world uses a value-added tax, that every step of production you stack a tax on. Fine, maybe that's what we're going to have to do in 10 years, but understand that crushes the poor and crushes the working middle class because there can some taxpayers overwhelmingly finance the federal government. Yay! You take the top 20%. Look, the punchline here, get to the bottom 20%, we actually pay them. Take the bottom 40%. It's actually less than 5.5% of the total federal income tax. I don't know how much more progressive you can make the tax system. Now, if you want to do a super progressivity, great. So when the people keep lying about the budget resolution, which, please understand, I do not believe there was enough spending offsets in it. I want to make that perfectly clear. I actually felt incredibly let down. We spent months and months and months and months running around here trying to show people how you could modernize the delivery of services and lower the price of government. That scared too many people, so we got a budget resolution with functioning baseline is $1.2 trillion in cuts and another $0.5 trillion if shock absorbers, and yet it's a $4.5 trillion authorization, meaning you would end up borrowing 3.3. 1.7 is discretionary, completely unenforceable, and another 2.6 trillion of income is magic thinking that somehow the GDP is going to grow 40% over baseline because we're so good looking. And in that sentence I just gave you, I just made a whole bunch of people angry, but it's math. Find me a credible economist who actually is truth teller and say somehow magically in a time where the United States has a shortage of young people. Remember, 7.5 years we have more deaths than births? And somehow magically we're going to start growing at this freakishly incredible rate while pulling stimulus out of the economy, which we have to do. There's a way to make this work, but unless you're willing to do hard things, and then the army of people will show up saying, well, David, I really want to balance the budget, but I need more spending because, well, that's how I get elected. I bring the bacon home. That bacon is put on your own credit cards. The highest earning 20% of taxpayers pay 90% of all federal income taxes. Let's try it one more time. The highest earning 20% of taxpayers pay 90% of all federal income taxes. It's math. It's not comfortable. It doesn't fit almost any of the speeches you hear from the left behind the microphone. It's a tax cut for billionaires and rich people, but that's not what the math says. Because when it comes to math, we're able to lie about it all the time because it's big, it's hard. Trillion, 12 zeros. No one can see that, so you can just make crap up around here. It's too complicated. I think I've brutalized this enough. So let's actually go to one more time the chart that gets me the most complaints, it upsets the most people, and yet happens to be absolutely truthful. The next 30 years, this is the CBO using current law, not make-believe of let's just continue to pretend we can extend policy and it has no cost because the bond markets aren't going to pay any attention when we're bringing trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to the bond market. The world's happy to just keep giving us all their capital. One more time, 100% of the next 30 years of borrowing is Medicare and its financing costs. Social Security, because remember, 8 years from now, Social Security Trust Fund's empty. We double senior poverty. Yay, good job, guys. We double senior poverty in 8 years. Because the average recipient is getting something like a 20% cut. How many people speechifying around here have been talking about how to stabilize Social Security? But it's hard. They'll run television ads saying mean things about you because you mentioned the word Social Security. The absolute immorality of modern politics and how little the public understands. Well, they stole the money. No, no one stole the money. The average family with their 40 quarters actually gets about a $72,000 spiff out of Social Security. It's a crap rate of return. It's a horrible rate of return. But many of you were the ones that went to war 25 years ago, when President Bush said, could we take a little tiny piece and put it into the markets? And today you would have dramatically greater wealth. That decision was made. The public spoke. Actually, the leftist unions spoke and scared the crap out of people. But the real battle is we're almost to the point for every dollar you put into Medicare and that payroll tax, you're almost taking out, well, $7. That right there is the primary driver of U.S. debt. So do you cut things? No. My argument is modernize, change it. My little example of the duplicate MRIs and scans and those things. Why are we so terrified to modernize how we deliver health care? How many of you went to Blockbuster Video last night? The fact of the matter is a technology change where you now go home and hit a button, there's all your movies. Oh, well, that made my life more convenient. You're telling me that the thing you can blow into, the thing you can wear on your body, the technology in this, you couldn't also use it to keep yourself healthy. When obesity is the single biggest expenditure in this government. Think about that. We modeled last year that obesity will add another $9 trillion of additional spending. $9.1 trillion on the top end of spending over the next 10 years. Maybe the revolution is the way you stabilize U.S. debt is stop being fearful of technology, be willing to actually modernize and cut spending where it's not working for the American people, and help our brothers and sisters get healthier. And that means taking on farm bills, nutrition policy, how we deliver health care. Maybe things like Medicare Advantage and these things should be rewarded for making their populations healthier instead of running around scoring them as sicker. There are solutions here. We've known this chart for decades, that this is coming. Why the hell can't this place have an honest conversation? Oh, David, that's hard. The president stood there just a couple days ago, gave us a list of things he wanted to help the middle class. He also asked us to find a way to balance the budget. I'm not sure I can make that happen, but I think I can get us to 3%, which is what the Treasury Secretary asked for. Mr. Speaker, my question is, who's willing to join us? I mean, I hand out my binders with research from months and months and months. I footnote everything, and you guys just beat the crap out of me for trying to tell the truth and trying to save us. Screw me. I'm an idiot who runs for this job. But you have kids. How many of you have grandkids? How many of you would like your retirement? How many of you are prepared for a 20% cut in your Social Security in 8 years? Help us. This republic's worth saving. Maybe we should actually buy calculators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker, may I make an inquiry on time? Time used. I'm stalling for you.
The gentleman had 20 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can go ahead and start reading the script. Mr. Green.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise, a proud, liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, and unafraid. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call to the attention of the House this place that I revere, and notwithstanding recent events that I have great respect for. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in response to a censure that took place as it relates to my behavior. I have been told by some that they did not have an opportunity to hear the actual resolution as it was read. I have here HRes 189, the censure resolution as it relates to my behavior. I believe this resolution should be read. I am not in any way upset with the Speaker. I want people to know that the Speaker did what he was supposed to do. He did what he was supposed to do when we had the joint session of Congress, when I interrupted the Speaker called it to my attention. He did it on multiple occasions. I have no reason in my heart to be upset with the Speaker. Later, persons came over and escorted me out. I appreciate them. They were very kind to me, the officers, very kind. They said kind words to me. And as a result of my behavior, I have been censured. I'm going to read the resolution and give some commentary. It reads, H-Res 189, in the House of Representatives, Mr. Newhouse submitted the following resolution, which was referred to the committee on, and the copy that I have does not have a committee. I'm not sure it was referred to a committee. It may have come straight to the floor. But regardless as to how it arrived, it did. And I'm not contesting the procedure. The resolution reads, censuring Representative Al Green of Texas. Whereas on March 4, 2025, during the joint session of Congress, convened pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 11, the President of the United States, speaking at the invitation of the House and the Senate, had his remarks interrupted by the representative from Texas, Mr. Green. Whereas the conduct of the representative from Texas disrupted the proceedings of the joint address and was a breach of proper conduct. And whereas, after numerous disruptions, the representative from Texas had to be removed from the chamber by the sergeant at arms. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1, Representative Al Green be censured. 2, Representative Al Green forthwith present himself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. And 3, Representative Al Green is censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. Some things bear repeating. That concludes the resolution. But some things bear repeating. I respect the Speaker. I have no ill feelings toward the Speaker. None toward the persons that escorted me away from the floor, because I did disrupt. And I did so because the president indicated that he had a mandate. And I wanted him to know that he didn't have a mandate to cut Medicaid. I did this because Medicaid is the only insurance many people have in this country. I am blessed. As I stand here now, there's a physician waiting. If something should happen, I will be taken to that physician. I have the best health care in the world. There are other people who have less than I. I would have them have what I have. But I surely will not stand by and see them lose what little they do have. Medicaid is for people who don't have the kind of health care that 435 members of Congress and 100 members of the Senate have. But they do have some health care. It has been approved by legislation that the Energy and Commerce Committee would cut $880 billion from their budget. The overwhelming majority of that budget has to do with health care. I see no way for this cut to take place without cutting into Medicaid. I am going to fight the cutting of Medicaid. I hope that this comment, this message that I'm giving today will deter them and cause them to go a different way. Then they can say, we were never going to do it. Al Green just had this false notion. Well, let me have it. Don't cut Medicaid. It's all they have. This is the richest country in the world. Mr. Musk has doctors. He will get the best health care. Let him understand that he should be on my side. He should be on the side of the people who need this health care. He has the ear of the president. Mr. Musk, speak to him. He listens to you. But for the grace of God, dear brother, you could be on Medicaid. You've just been blessed. Don't assume that it was your intellect that has caused you all of these great blessings that you've received. You've just been blessed beyond measure. Speak to the president and tell him that Medicaid ought not be cut. But I continue. I interrupted. I was said to be in need of sanctions. I came to the floor today, and while the speaker was reading, I recalled what happened in the 60s. I recalled when we were faced with adverse circumstances. We would sing a song that would inspire and encourage us to move forward with alacrity. The words were, we shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. That was an act of incivility. Why, Al Green, would you come to the well before your colleagues in the world and commit an act of incivility? Here is why. Because when the President of the United States, right there at that podium, addressed the members of Congress, Democrats seated on this side, seated, many of them saying nothing, the President of the United States looked upon them, pointed toward them, and said, I quote, and said, lunatics. The President of the United States at a joint session of Congress called members of Congress lunatics. That was an act of incivility. Incivility. There comes a time when you cannot allow the president's incivility to take advantage of our civility. And that's what's happening in this country. His incivility is overwhelming our civility. We cannot allow this. That act of incivility was in direct response to the president's incivility. Mr. President, you, sir, you were wrong when you pointed to the members of Congress and called them lunatics. Democrats, I might add, called them lunatics. The president hasn't been sanctioned. President hasn't been reprimanded. No censure of the president. The president is above the law. Supreme Court has said as much. He can do things that no other can do. Above the law as it relates to certain things, but not as it relates to all things. Not all. He is still subject to the norms of society. The decorum that you expect from me, you have to respect and expect from the president. Why would we allow him to use his incivility and expect me to continue to engage in civility as it relates to his incivility. Mr. President, there are some of us who are going to stand against your incivility. We have reached a point in our history where we have to hearken back to that which got us to this point in our history. I remember the 60s. I remember Dr. King. I remember the movement. I remember what it took to get me in this house. I'm not here because I'm so smart. I'm not here because of brilliance or good looks. I'm here because people made great sacrifices. And it was incivility. It was disruption. But they were prepared to suffer the consequences. We're going to have to resort to the same tactics that we used in the 60s. But we did it for a worthy and noble cause. Calling the people of Congress lunatics was not noble, Mr. President. It was an ignoble act of incivility. But I remember how we marched and how we protested. And I'm prepared to do it again. If you treat me like you treated me in the 60s, I'm going to respond the way I responded in the 60s. It is time for us to use the same level of incivility that was used in the 60s for a noble cause, to save Medicaid, to protect Medicare, to prevent the demise of Social Security. It is time for us to take that stand. Incivility emanating from the highest office in the land cannot be tolerated and has to be negated. I did it, and I have said to people, while I respect others and while I absolutely was cooperative when they led me away from the floor, but if circumstances permitted, given what I know, I have to be candid. I would do it again. I would do it because I care about these people on Medicaid. For edification purposes, the state of Texas was accorded $100 billion. $100 billion Medicaid dollars. $100 billion Medicaid dollars sent to the state of Texas to help poor people. And what did the state of Texas do? The state of Texas rejected $100 billion for poor people and Medicaid. 100 billion, not million, 100 billion. State of Texas does not have the goodwill necessary to manage Medicaid dollars. If we block grant this money and send it to Texas, those who are in need of it will get less of it. We have to stand up for them. They are among the least in our society. Unfortunately, we have to stand up for them. So I'm standing up for those people. I will continue to stand, and I will continue to tell the world that this incivility has to be dealt with. We have to deal with the president's incivility. The name calling never ceases. Maxine Waters, he has assaulted verbally. Miss Wilson from Florida. The list goes on and on and on, as Congresswoman Waters is known to say. On and on and on. We sit and we watch with civility as he employs incivility. Yes, I said earlier, and I'm retreating to the point, that he has been given a certain amount of immunity. He has not been given absolute immunity. But he seems to have an inordinate amount of influence with his party. Inordinate. I see people doing things that I never thought I'd see them do. I see people who are conservative that I have great respect for doing things that I never thought I'd see them do. I'm not calling names. I'm just saying to you, friends, the president has an inordinate amount of influence. Inordinate, unusual, incomprehensible amount of influence. So the courts have given him a certain amount of immunity. His party has given him carte blanche to say anything, to come before the joint session of Congress and use the word lunatics as he refers to Democrats. The only thing left in ordinary times would be the courts. The court. Court orders are to be obeyed. I don't always like them, but I remember what John Lewis explained to me about peaceful protest. Protest, the court orders you to do certain things. You don't have to agree with it, but you do it. You'll be willing to suffer the consequences. Well, the courts are right now in the midst of, as best as they can, trying to give us the laws necessary to prevent certain things from happening. Mass layoffs. Mass layoffs have to be taken to court. Mass layoffs. No due process. No thought of what's happening in the lives of these people that you just take a pen and with the stroke of a pen, you're off. No concern about children in school. No concern about loved ones who may be ill that they're taken care of, being the chief breadwinner for the family. No concern. You've got billions, Mr. Musk. Why should you care about the concerns of people who have much less, who are working every day to eke out a living? You have billions. You shouldn't worry about them. Worry about making more money. Go to the moon. Well, they don't have that luxury. I'm going to stand for them. Mass layoffs without any consideration. I just believe that this level of behavior, if conducted, committed, engaged in by one Barack Hussein Obama, when he was president, if he behaved in this fashion, he would have been impeached. He would have been impeached. I will go to my grave with this belief. We wouldn't allow these mass layoffs. We wouldn't allow these cuts to veterans, and we wouldn't allow Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security to be on the chopping block. He would have been impeached. And to be very honest, I would have voted for the impeachment, because I don't think that we should allow a president to circumvent what we know to be the requirements associated with the legislative process and with due process, which should be accorded people who are being fired, as it were. So you do these things. The courts are acting, and the courts should act. But there is a point in time, Mr. President, if your incivility allows you to disobey court orders, given that your party has given you carte blanche, given that you believe you have absolute immunity by virtue of what the Supreme Court has accorded you, and you don't have absolute, but I think you believe it. When you cross that line, and you, Mr. President, decide you will no longer honor orders from the judiciary, when you decide that Marbury versus Madison means nothing, when you decide that you are the supreme law of the land, on that day, we will have a dictatorship. And we are close because you are continually inching right up to the line and you're looking over to the other side. And at some point, regrettably, you may cross over. Mr. President, I beg that you not do so. I beg that you would not do so, that you would honor the third branch of government designed to settle disputes among us. Not always in a favorable way to some, obviously, but that's what it's there for. So I beg, Mr. President, that you would not dishonor the judiciary in this country. But here's what I know. I know that you have the ability to say to a judge, you've issued your court order, now let me see you enforce it. That's my Justice Department, not Al Green's, President's. That's my Justice Department. The head of my Justice Department has pledged fealty to me, not Al Green, the President. That's my Justice Department. Let me see you get my Justice Department to enforce your order, Mr. Judge. More specifically, Mr. John Roberts, get my Justice Department to enforce your order. Let me see you get my marshals to enforce your order. This president, whether wittingly or unwittingly, has put himself in a position such that the Justice Department has pledged fealty to him. Generals in the military, you don't get these positions now unless you pledge fealty, have pledged fealty to him. We ought to be ashamed of ourselves to allow such a thing to happen. Yes, generals in the military, Justice Department, the courts, many of them are bending knees. Genuflex. Somehow you believe that you are showing respect, I suppose, or maybe you're just currying favor. But be that as it may, Justice Department, generals in the military, many of the courts giving a genuflex, wittingly or unwittingly, he is setting himself up such that he is in a position such that at the end of his 4th year, he might attempt to do what he tried to do and failed at the end of his last term. He tried his best to prevent the transition of power. He did all that he could. He encouraged persons to come over to the Capitol. People came and they literally broke into the Capitol. I was here. They came and they marched through the Capitol. And by the way, for doing it, the president has given them the ultimate reward. You, and you. Yes, you too. All of you. You are pardoned. You're given some sort of amnesty. You're okay. This is what the president has done. So wittingly or unwittingly, he is now in a position to make that same effort. Only this time, the Justice Department is with him, not with the Constitution. Generals in the military are with him, not with their oath that they've taken. The president, wittingly or unwittingly, has put himself in a position such that if he chooses to stay on beyond his term of office, if he chooses to do what a member of Congress has suggested that might be done by law, which is to give him a third term. In law, I hold no animus toward the member of Congress who's done this, filed the legislation. No animus to you, dear brother. But what we have done is witness a president who wittingly or unwittingly has put himself in a position such that he will have the power to enforce the inanity of not allowing a peaceful transfer of power. He literally is putting himself in that position, wittingly or unwittingly. He is. And as a result of his doing this, we have to not allow his incivility, his requirement of fealty, to prevent us from taking the necessary actions to protect liberty and justice for all, to protect government of the people, by the people, for the people, to protect what this country has in its great and noble ideals. We have to do what is necessary. I believe that we have to engage in a level of positive, righteous incivility. Positive, righteous incivility. The same kind of incivility that Dr. King engaged in, that John Lewis engaged in. This incivility would only be a counterbalance to the president's incivility. I'm not saying that we get into the name calling and stoop to the level that he does. I'm saying that when there are moments for us to have righteous incivility, we should. So now I'm back to where I started. Stood there in the House, the well of the House, other members with me. I never suggested to anybody that you do a certain thing. We did sing "We Shall Overcome." It was an act of incivility, but I want people to know that it was in direct response to the president's incivility at the joint session of Congress. He has not been reprimanded. He has not been censured. He won't be reprimanded. He won't be censured. However, there is one, as the president uses it in his parlance, one card. There's one card that we have. You told the president of Ukraine, you don't have the cards. Well, Mr. President, we have the cards. There are 435 of us with the cards. And the card, Mr. President, you know well, because on 2 occasions, these cards have been utilized to check you. You don't always get convicted when you're indicted, but you do get indicted. And if you continue with this line of behavior, you may not just simply be indicted. That means impeached. You may be more than impeached. There may be a Senate that has the will to live up to the ideals in the Constitution. And when that Senate does so, you will no longer be president. There are 435 cards. Mr. President, I have one of those cards. I have one of them. You are a Goliath. You are a Goliath. You now have control of the Justice Department. You have the generals pledging fealty. You are a Goliath, Mr. President. But there are 435 Davids. 435 Davids. 435 with the power accorded to us by way of the rules of this House to bring articles of impeachment. You may not be impeached the first time, but there's always a second, and there's always a third. And in the end, if you, Mr. President, continue with this behavior, you will be impeached, and I believe that will be the will in the Senate to convict. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm talking about the rules that have been accorded this House, which I happen to be a member of and proud to be a member of, and accorded the Senate. You're a Goliath, but Mr. President, there are Davids among us. Your incivility can no longer be tolerated. It has to be met with righteous indignation and righteous incivility. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president and to direct their remarks to the chair. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just heard the gentleman from Texas speak passionately on a number of topics, which is his prerogative as an elected member of Congress to speak from this floor on any topic he chooses. What is not his or any of our right is to stand up during the State of the Union and interrupt the President of the United States. Imagine if everyone did that. Imagine if everyone took whatever grievance they have in the moment and decided to use the State of the Union to air that grievance. Imagine if during President Biden's speech, each and every one of the Republicans in the House had stood up and objected to the president's open border policies or his runaway inflation policies. The State of the Union could not be delivered. The institution could not function. What's even more remarkable, though, than the conduct of this one member is the fact that all but 10 of his colleagues on their side of the aisle chose not to censure this eminently censurable conduct. We held a vote today, and there were 10 Democrats who joined with Republicans in voting for the censure. They were Ami Bera of California, Ed Case of Hawaii, Jim Costa of California, Lauren Gillen of New York, James Himes of Connecticut, Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, Marcy Kaptur of Ohio, Jared Moskowitz of Florida, Marie Glusenkamp Perez of Washington, and Tom Suzy of New York. The other 200 members who are present chose not to censure that conduct. I find that remarkable, and indeed, the antics on display during the State of the Union truly exemplified everything that is wrong with politics in this country today. Exemplified everything that Americans are so tired of. There was, of course, the outburst from the gentleman from Texas. There were the pathetic little protests of people walking out, a handful, in the middle of the speech. There were the sad little cards with statements like lies on them. But beyond all of that, there was a premeditated refusal from one side of the aisle, acting in unison, to stand and applaud for literally anything that the president said. So what were some of the things that they uniformly, acting as a monolith, refused to applaud? Well, they refused to stand and applaud for record-low illegal border crossings, for protecting women's sports, for stopping fraudulent payments, for capturing a terrorist who killed 13 American service members. They refused to stand and applaud for supporting law enforcement, for improving military recruitment, for protecting free speech, for having our workers actually show up to work, for hiring peaceable based on merit, for opening new power plants, for living in peace, for the signing of the Abraham Accords, for returning manufacturing to America. Not a single person stood. And that's kind of the most incredible thing is there was a willful decision to sacrifice any individuality to the orders being given by party leadership. But it got particularly disturbing when the president recognized a number of heroic Americans who were present. And we had our colleagues refused to stand and applaud for a volunteer firefighter who provided a home to 40 foster children, to the victim of a deep fake who has become an advocate for other victims, to the family of Laken Riley, to the family of Jocelyn Nungare, to a heroic Border Patrol agent, to the widow of an officer who was killed in the line of duty, to a 13-year-old survivor of brain cancer, such an inspiring young man, to a young man admitted to West Point, to a history teacher who has finally been brought home after being a political prisoner in Russia for 14 years, and to the family of Corey Comparatore. Each and every time the president recognized one of these individuals in the gallery, there was a premeditated refusal to stand and acknowledge them. And we know that they know how to do it during President Biden's State of the Unions, which, by the way, his last one was one of those caustic, partisan speeches I've ever seen, where he repeatedly compared himself to his predecessor, that is, his political opponent at the time. Dozens of times they stood and applauded. And by the way, on our side, for a lot of those times we didn't stand and applaud because he was saying partisan things or things we disagreed with. But when he said things that we agreed with, I would stand and others on my side would stand as well. When he spoke to unifying ideas about what makes our country great, we would stand and applaud. When he highlighted people who were deserving of commendation, we would stand and applaud. And yet the contrast could not have been starker in President Trump's speech and the reaction to it here in the chamber on Tuesday. And I think that's really unfortunate because Americans of all party affiliations, Republican, Democrat, Independent, Green Party, whatever the case may be, repeatedly say in overwhelming numbers that the political divisions in this country are a serious problem. I believe it's weakening us as a country. And I think we need to find opportunities to come together. We need to be looking for common ground. And the fact that you had one side that came into Tuesday's speech intent on finding no common ground whatsoever is a very unfortunate thing. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I formally requested that FBI Director Kash Patel open an investigation into California high-speed rail. My letter to Director Patel reads as follows. Well, I know that many issues are competing for your time. One issue that deserves your attention is California's high-speed rail project. Nearly 17 years ago, California and the United States were sold on the dream of high-speed rail in California. Originally projected to cost $33 billion and scheduled to be completed by 2020, that dream has become a nightmare. According to the California High-Speed Rail Authority's own estimates, the total project cost has now ballooned by over $100 billion above that original estimate. Moreover, California's auditor reports that the High-Speed Rail Authority will miss its latest 2033 deadline without having completed a single segment of the track. Indeed, the New York Times reported that according to, quote, projections widely used by engineers and project managers, the train could not be completed in this century. This malfeasance leads to questions that transcend mere incompetence. How is it possible to have spent over $13 billion without a single station opening? Where have these funds gone? Who benefited? Because the project has consumed billions in federal funding, the FBI has both the authority and, I would argue, the responsibility to pursue these questions and deliver answers to the American people. The Public Integrity Division is uniquely qualified to root out any corruption, recover stolen funds, and restore confidence that our tax dollars are being stewarded carefully. On behalf of my constituents and the people of California, thank you for your consideration of this request. I am hopeful that through this investigation, we will finally see some accountability and a measure of justice for California taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, the California Legislative Analyst has just released a new report on the amount of homelessness spending in California. And it reports that since 2019, the state has spent over $36 billion. This is truly astounding when you consider what has actually happened to with homelessness in California during that time. This is during the governorship of Gavin Newsom. We have seen a 24% increase in homelessness. The population is now over 187,000 people, and roughly half of all unsheltered homeless in the United States are in California. So we have continued to spend more and more money, over $36 billion over this time period, and the homeless population has only continued to grow. What's worse, the legislative analyst has found that the governor's office lost track of most of that money. This was in an audit that was released last year. And in this new report, even since that audit, we are seeing the same problem with the new spending that has been authorized. Indeed, the LAO reports that despite many requirements, as of this writing, no data have been provided to the legislature on how many people living in an encampment have received permanent housing or any other type of housing. The legislature lacks other key outcomes data, such as the number of encampments that have been resolved. So we continue to see the same problems in California. Spending billions of billions, homelessness getting worse, zero accountability. The governor even vetoed last year a bipartisan bill that would have allowed for greater transparency and accountability when it comes to homelessness spending. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely unacceptable, and it's gotten to the point where I believe we need to find ways to bring new tools of federal oversight and accountability to the out-of-control homelessness situation in California. And we are looking at ways of doing just that. Mr. Speaker, this week I officially introduced the Coastal Commission Accountability Act to strip the California Coastal Commission of its powers under federal law. The Coastal Commission is simply out of control. It's one of the most out-of-control agencies in the whole country, and it has veered far from its purpose of protecting the coast. From blocking SpaceX launches to obstructing fire prevention projects, the Commission has repeatedly threatened the safety of Californians and weakened our national defense, while needlessly undercutting innovation and economic progress. The need to rein the Commission in has now become urgent as we face the challenge of rebuilding Los Angeles following the fires. And that will not be possible if the Commission is allowed to continue operating as it has been. Just to give you a couple examples of some of its abuses. One of them specifically related to fire. In 2019, the LA Department of Water and Power began replacing nearly 100-year-old power line poles, wooden poles, that are cutting through Topanga State Park. The project, though, was halted because there was apparently an endangered plant, the Broughton's Milkovich plant that was in the area. Now, the goal of this project was to improve fire safety for the Pacific Palisades area by replacing the wooden poles with steel, widening fire access lanes in the area, and installing wind and fire-resistant power lines. This was all after the area had been identified as having an elevated fire risk. What the Coastal Commission did, because of this Broughton's Milkovich plant, is they marched in, they halted the project, and they even demanded $2 million in fines. On top of that, the commission has blocked a desalination plant that had been proposed in Huntington Beach. It has stood in the way of housing, contributing to the housing crisis that we have in California. And it even tried to stop SpaceX from launching rockets out of Vandenberg. This one was particularly remarkable because SpaceX and the Air Force came and said, we want to increase our launch cadence at Vandenberg. These launches are very important for a number of reasons when it comes to innovation and space exploration and when it comes to national security. That's why the Air Force was involved. And the Coastal Commission said, no, we're not going to allow that. And what was the reason they cited? Well, it had nothing to do with preserving the coast, which is their mission. It had nothing to do with maintaining the beauty of the California coast, one of the most beautiful places in the world, which is their mission. No, the commissioners explicitly said during their meeting that the reason they were going to stop these launches, which the Air Force said are in the national security interests of the United States, is because they didn't like some of the political posts put on X by Elon Musk on completely unrelated topics. This gives you a sense of what a rogue agency the Coastal Commission has become, and the barriers that we will face to rebuilding Los Angeles if this is allowed to continue. So I am looking forward to advancing the Coastal Commission Accountability Act through the House and getting it signed by the President, who I know agrees with me on this issue, and I'm hopeful that we can get bipartisan support throughout the process. Mr. Speaker, today I am calling on California Governor Gavin Newsom to immediately issue an executive order to protect women and girls' sports in California, and to ask the legislature for legislation codifying in law that men shall never compete in women's sports in California again. Today, the governor, on his newly established podcast called This is Gavin Newsom, came out with a statement that surprised many on this topic. He said that when it comes to men competing in women's sports, he said, quote, I think it's an issue of fairness. It is an issue of fairness. It's deeply unfair. Those were the governor's words. Now, this was surprising because his policies have been the 180-degree opposite. For example, he has signed legislation that have taken away the right of parents to be notified about decisions that their kids make at school with respect to how they identify. Or on this issue of sports. In 2022, not that long ago, June of 2022, the governor attacked the state of Tennessee for not funding men competing in girls' sports. So at that point, he was not only in favor of it, he thought that a state refusing to actively promote it and fund it was deserving of censure. But okay, the governor's changed his mind. I think that's great. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that polls show that some 90% of Americans support the basic predicate of sanity that men should compete in men's sports and women should compete in women's sports. Now, that message has apparently not been received by the United States Senate, which recently refused to pass the bill we passed in the House, the Protecting Women and Girls Sports Act. But the governor has made his statement. He claims this is his position. It would represent a change of heart, but it means nothing unless he acts on it. If he continues to support policies that do the exact opposite. So, if the governor is serious, I am calling on him today to take executive action to protect women's sports and to get the legislature to take action as well so that we can end this absurdity and unfairness in California once and for all. Mr. Speaker, there is at this time a much-needed, comprehensive effort underway to modernize our government, to root out fraud, to root out inefficiency, to implement reforms that will save taxpayers money and lead to a higher quality of government service while right-sizing the federal government. This is an undertaking that is supported by a broad majority of Americans of all party affiliations. I have been very appreciative of the administration's efforts to keep us informed, as well as to solicit feedback from members of Congress as to how things are playing out in our districts, knowing that such a massive undertaking that's being done, in a much-needed aggressive pace, will inevitably, from time to time, produce some effects that need to be looked at more closely. And so one of the ways in which I've provided feedback to the administration is as it concerns the issue of fire protection in my district. Now, of course, we all saw the horror that unfolded in Los Angeles recently. But in recent years, these catastrophic events have become a recurring phenomenon. They've become, sadly, a fact of life for folks in California. And several of the most devastating fires in state history have occurred in my district. And in the wake of these fires, there has been a massive undertaking to do whatever we can to try to prevent similar events from happening in the future. It's been one of my very first priorities since I got to Congress, is to bring unprecedented resources to our district for massive fire mitigation projects that will keep our communities safe. And by the way, there's a lot of reform that we still need to do in terms of the regulations. There's been some minor improvements, but the Fix Our Forest Act, for example, is a bill that will go a long way. But we do need the resources, which we have managed to secure at an unprecedented level. And I have simply tried to emphasize the importance of protecting these efforts, especially given the fact that in parts of my district that have rather extreme weather, there's a pretty short window of time right now to get some of these projects started and to get them completed. So just as a few examples, there's the Plumas County Fire Safe Council has a grant, nearly $7 million, that's very important for fire mitigation efforts. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors has significant grants that have come in for vital wildfire mitigation projects, shaded fuel breaks, evacuation planning, and community wildfire protection planning. The Mono County Board of Supervisors has a public safety and law enforcement grant related to staffing of the forest protection officers and law enforcement officers as well. American Rivers, there's a $16 million grant. It's being funded by the National Fish and Wildlife. There's matching funds as well with a number of regional partners. And the purpose of the project is to restore high-severity burned areas near the South Fork of the American River and consume this river to prevent erosion and flooding, as well as to protect water quality and for drinking, irrigation, and hydropower. There's also the Eastern Sierra Climate and Communities Resilience project. This is in Mammoth Lakes, a $6.7 million for implementation funds, as well as a number of other types of funds. And this is a project that, again, is designed to do important fire mitigation work, and there's potentially 1,609 acres that, with a reduction of 77% of total acres, that is now potentially being faced. We have then, as well, some reports of folks with the Forest Service and positions that that might be that are in jeopardy, and in the Camino Fire Safe Council, we've also gotten some reports that of activity when it comes to their grants as well. So that's just to emphasize that this is an issue of the highest importance for folks in my district, and that we need to absolutely, and I've been advocating this since I've been in elected office, have much more sensible policies when it comes to forest management, when it comes to the laws and regulations that we have that make it so difficult to do this needed work. We also need to do the work at a scale and the resources to do it at a scale that's much higher than we've done in the past. I've been extremely critical of the governor, for example, of not doing that, of exaggerating the amount of fire protection work done by almost 700%, according to Capitol Public Radio. And we've made good progress in terms of bringing federal resources to get this work done, and I'll continue to advocate for that here in every way that I can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair lays before the House a message referred to the
Congress of the United States. Pursuant to the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code, the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1601 et sec, Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, 8 United States Code 1182F, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, I hereby report that I have exercised my authority to declare a national emergency in order to halt efforts by the International Criminal Court, ICC, to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute persons in America or our close ally, Israel, through blatant lawfare. I am enclosing a copy of the executive order I have issued. The ICC has, without basis, asserted jurisdiction over and open investigations into personnel of the United States and of certain of its allies, including Israel, and has further abused its power by issuing baseless arrest warrants targeting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant. The ICC has no jurisdiction over the United States or Israel, as neither country is party to the Rome Statute or a member of the ICC. Neither country has ever recognized the ICC's jurisdiction, and both nations are thriving democracies with militaries that strictly adhere to the laws of war. The ICC's recent actions against Israel and the United States set a dangerous precedent, directly endangering current and former United States personnel, including active service members of the armed forces, by exposing them to harassment, abuse, and possible arrest. This malign conduct, in turn, threatens to infringe upon the sovereignty of the United States and undermines the critical national security and foreign policy work of the United States government and our allies, including Israel. Pursuant to the national emergency that I have declared, the United States will impose tangible and significant consequences on those responsible for the ICC's transgressions, including by blocking property and assets and suspending entry into the United States of ICC officials, employees, and agents, as well as their immediate family members. I have directed the Secretary of State, in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury and the Attorney General to identify and sanction any foreign persons found to have, among other things, directly assisted in any ICC efforts to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute a protected person without consent of that person's country or of nationality. I have further determined that the unrestricted immigrant and non-immigrant entry into the United States of any covered alien found to have participated in any ICC efforts to investigate, arrest, detain, or prosecute a protected person, as well as immediate family members of such aliens or aliens determined by the Secretary of State to be employed by or acting as an agent of the ICC, would be detrimental to the interests of the United States as immigrants or non-immigrants, and therefore have suspended such immigration except where the Secretary of State determines that the entry of the person into the United States would not be contrary to the interests of the United States. In addition, I have determined that donations of articles of specified in Section 203(b)(2) of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code 1702(b)(2) by, to, or for the benefit of any person whose assets are blocked would impair my ability to address the national emergency I declared. I have therefore prohibited such donations. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, March 5th, 2025.
Referred to the Committees on Foreign Affairs and the Judiciary and ordered printed. The Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, consistent with applicable law, including the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1621, and the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, 50 United States Code 1701, I am providing notice of certain actions I have taken to address the synthetic opioid supply chain in the People's Republic of China and the flow of illicit drugs across our northern and southern borders. As reflected in the executive orders described below, the sustained influx of illicit opioids and other drugs have profound consequences on our nation, endangering lives and putting a severe strain on our healthcare system, public services, and communities. These actions are an expansion of the national emergency I declared in Proclamation 10886 of January 20th, 2025, declaring a national emergency at the southern border of the United States. Executive Order 14193, as amended by Executive Orders 14197 and 14226, and Executive Order 14194, as amended by Executive Orders 14198 and 14227, expand the scope of the aforementioned national emergencies to cover the threat to the safety and security of Americans, including the public health crisis of deaths due to the use of fentanyl and other illicit drugs, and the failure of Canada and Mexico to arrest, seize, detain, or otherwise intercept drug trafficking organizations, other drugs and human traffickers, criminals at large, and illicit drugs. Furthermore, Executive Order 14195, as amended by Executive Orders 14200 and 14228, expands the scope of the same national emergency declared in Proclamation 10886 to cover the failure of the People's Republic of China to arrest, seize, detain, or otherwise intercept chemical precursor suppliers, money launderers, transnational criminal organizations, criminals at large, and drugs. To combat these problems, I have determined that ad valorem tariffs on articles that are products of these countries are in order. My administration will continue to consult with the Congress on our efforts to address the influx of illegal drugs into our communities. As described in these executive orders, the Secretary of Homeland Security, in coordination with the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Commerce, the Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, and the Assistant to the President for Homeland Security, are authorized to submit recurring and final reports to the Congress on this national emergency. I am enclosing copies of the executive orders I have issued. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, March 5th, 2025.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and Ways and Means and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate.